Thank you, everyone. I call to order this meeting of the Select Board, it being Tuesday, May 26th after 6 o'clock. Please, if you are able, join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Right. So we start today with open forum. Do we have anyone? Oh, all right, we are hybrids, and pardon me, we are hybrid today. Thank you. All right, so pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025, an act extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, this meeting will be conducted in person and via remote means in accordance with applicable law. This means that members of the public body as well as members of the public may access this meeting in person or via virtual means. In-person attendance will be at the location listed at the top of this agenda, and it is possible that some or all members of the public body may attend remotely with in-person attendance consisting of members of the public. This meeting may be accessed remotely, and it gives the team meeting ID, passcode, and website. When required by law or allowed by the chair, persons wishing to provide public comment or otherwise participate in the meeting may do so by in-person attendance or by accessing the meeting remotely as noted above. Additionally, the meeting will be broadcast live in real time via Verizon Channel 28 and Charter Channel 192 or via Westborough's TV's online platforms at westboroughTV.org and youtube.com/Westborough TV. And as always, this meeting is live streamed and recorded by Westborough TV. Ian, thank you. With that, we move to open forum. Do we have anyone here this evening? Yes, please come forward.
Joanne Aramini, 7 Meadow Road. Excuse me. I'm here once again asking, when is the town going to prioritize its transportation projects? At the Select Board retreat in early April, Member Welch brought up how the town has so many big and expensive transportation projects going on that it's overwhelming, and public input is needed to better understand which project the public wants to prioritize, where they want to spend their taxpayer dollars. I agree with that, but I don't see anything happening. Where's the follow-up? I don't see the public being given the opportunity to weigh in on what's a priority and the return on investment of that project. When is it going to happen? I just watched a transfer of funds, I believe it was like $70,000 from DPW, go to a road project because there was an opportunity, versus spending that money on road safety issues like crosswalks on Ruggles Street, which you all did not allow to be taken to town meeting, and safety improvements at downtown Rotary and other places in town. I know someone's going to say the master plan identifies the priorities, and I'm going to repeat, no, it does not. The master plan has 9 pages of a wish list that does not include the cost of anything. Who in their right mind buys something without knowing the cost and determining the return on investment of that cost? It's called transparency and communication. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I did a bit of research.
Pardon, name and address?
Oh,
first,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Yep.
Paula Matthew, 20 Andrews.
Thank you very much.
I did a bit of research on the origins and purposes of flags, and I won't bore you with those details. I only wish to point out that flags represent identity, values, and a sense of belonging, stirring the feelings of community and patriotism. Everyone wants to belong, and the existence of hundreds of flags representing not only nations, but groups and organizations that want identity proves this. I would ask you to keep that in mind as you reconsider this town's flag policy. I could be wrong, but town council can confirm that precedent has been set and a door has been opened for any group or organization to petition this body to fly its flag. I urge you to vote in favor of the veterans' request and in fact go further by making the United States flag and the POW flag the only two flags that fly on public flagpoles. By leaving the policy as it is, there will come a day when another group or organization will demand equal time for its flag, and denying them could lead to discriminatory lawsuits, and we as a town do not want this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Kevin Barry, 8 Indian Pond Road. Couple quick comments, but first I just want to comment that was a great event yesterday. Very good turnout, great services and remembrance for Memorial Day. So really job well done by everybody. Thank you. My first point is I'd like to make a quick point of correction from the select board meeting on April 28th. If you remember, there was a lot of, during open forum, a lot of residents made comments, but in particular, there was a comment made by the select board where it recommended that residents refer to individuals by their role, not by their individual names. For that, I'm a little offended because every time I come up to speak, whether it be open forum, town meeting, public hearing, or public comments, I have to say my name and address. And in particular, it's in that suggestion or statements in direct conflict of a fairly recent Mass Supreme Judicial Court decision regarding Mass State Open Meeting Law. If you remember, in particular, that decision handed down in 2023 was in respect to a case that was heard by a neighbor, Southborough, where it reaffirmed that government bodies cannot regulate speech based on its content or viewpoint. It went further to reaffirm that Mass Constitution protects the right to criticize public officials, petition government, and speak at public meetings, very important, so long as it is orderly and peaceable, which we do, and in terms of conduct, not content. So with that said, I respectfully request that the board acknowledge this with respect to Westborough's open forum policy and public comments policies moving forward, please. My second point is basically in support of the amendment that the trustees of Soldiers Memorial is putting forward today as far as amending the flag policy. Like I came across this by happenstance, and I saw something that didn't make sense, and I dug into it. That was about a year ago. It was a year after the June 11th, 2024 Select Board meeting, which most of you were present. What was concerning when I looked at that meeting or saw that meeting, as some of you were here or present, was that case that there was an agenda item. A petitioner made a request to amend the flag policy. There was a discussion about it. It made reference to 12 individual letters, particularly in support of that, as well as made reference to several cities and towns and communities within the state that had amended their flag policy, and it made specific reference to the town of Franklin. Being the person I am, I dug even further fairly recently, and I got involved with the trustees. What I came to find out is that when that whole discussion came about, the town of Franklin, I don't know if you looked at it, I think everybody just assumed that was fact, but the town of Franklin, I looked at their meeting minute notes. Their form of government is town council. They had an open meeting. All the town council members gave their personal opinion. They had residents involved with the decision that were for and against and were able to speak on it. That didn't happen with this. This was all one-sided at the June 11, 2024 meeting. What is also concerning that I found was that particular flagpole they were discussing is in front of a municipal building and is not within a war memorial, not built on granite and surrounded by war memorials. It stands by itself in a town square with benches, nothing to do and totally different from our flag and the policy that was trying to be amended. What I also found even well more concerning was the case that at least 4 of the 5 board members at the time, as I think it's per Article 14 of the general bylaws, the chairperson of the select board at the time has to be a member of that committee. So I believe it's Sean currently now, was Ian, and then thus 4 members. So there were at least 4 members of the board at that point in time that no one thought, as previous or past or current members of the trustees of Soldiers Memorial, thought to say, hey, let's put a pause on this. Let's consult with them because they are the memorials are in stewardship of them. So I think that should have been done. So I'm I'm speaking in support of the amended policy, what Lee and Mark are going to bring forth, and hopefully you take that into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else here for open forum? All right, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 2, which is an amendment to the flag policy. I see we have members of the trustees of Soldiers Memorial here tonight. Mark, I think since the presentation was given 2 weeks ago, maybe you could just take questions this evening. I believe everybody here saw the presentation, even if they weren't present. So if you would be willing to just sort of be available for questions, we'll have a discussion, and if you have anything you'd like to bring up, you can come forward. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But yes, but everybody's watched the last meeting, so everybody's seen the presentation that Lee gave. So we can certainly debate it more, but why don't we see how the discussion goes, and then determine if more information is needed, if that would be okay. All right. So, pardon, let me start. So at our last meeting, we discussed an amended flag policy. There was only 3 of us here, so we wanted to allow everybody the opportunity to weigh in on this. So we waited for tonight's meeting in order to actually make a motion for a vote. The request of the trustees of Soldiers Memorial is that for the 5 flagpoles that they have indicated, that for those flagpoles associated with memorials to our fallen soldiers within town, that only the U.S. and the POWMIA flags are raised on those poles.
Just the, excuse me, number 3 of the proposed amendment where it says Pine Grove Cemetery Veterans Memorial Flagpole, it should be plural because there are 2.
Okay.
So just as you're thinking about it.
Okay. So 5 locations, 6
Could you
poles.
just name those, Sean, just because folks don't have the policy?
Yes. So it's the flagpole outside of the Forbes Municipal Building, the flagpoles at the Pine Grove Cemetery, the flagpole at the Rotary, the flagpole, the new one at Westland Cemetery, and then the flagpole at Minuteman Park. So with that, I will, any discussion?
No, I mean, I would just say I'm supportive of the change that's in our packet to recognize that those will be the 2 flags flying on the said mentioned 5 or 6 poles, as it would, 5 locations, 6 poles. I think that's certainly appropriate. I know I know Patrick did submit something to us in it was late today, but regarding the flag policy. So I would like to hear his thoughts around that before I kind of would make a motion, but I'm supportive of that. I do want to make note that the flagpole that is not included in this changed policy is the one at Bay State Commons, which would always fly the American flag, which it does today. Presently, it doesn't fly both POW and American flags. That's just because it hasn't. It's just, it's actually it's a smaller pole as well. But that flag would be available to fly another flag, in this case in our policy, the Progress Fly Flag, should we decide to do that per our policy, or should in the future the select board make other decisions regarding other appropriate flags, state flags, other military flags, what have you, that are allowed per the policy. So I do want to just, for the purpose of the public understanding kind of the differentiation of flagpoles near veteran memorials, wholly appropriate, versus one that is kind of more, I'd say, sort of communal, if you will. So,
Thank you.
yep.
I don't need you. Any of you folks, acoustic. So speak louder,
Sure.
slower, whatever, please.
Sure. I won't, for those that did hear me, I'll try not to repeat it. In short, I'm supportive of the flag policy amendment to allow only the American flag and POW flag to fly at the 5 locations, total of 6 flagpoles. That's the cut to the chase part. Thanks. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I know Patrick was called out by raise my hand. I too am supportive. I will say yesterday's event, and it was brought up earlier for the recognition of Memorial Day.
really emphasized to me again, standing there, that is truly part of the monument. I know that when I sat as the select board representative to the trustees of Soldiers Memorial, it was a discussion. There was a lot of research done because that flagpole, as I understood, was originally part of the school that was there, but that then was moved as we made the Memorial Park down there, and it is absolutely, as you can see tomorrow, a part of, in my view, that memorial that's there. So it falls under what has been requested and described here. So I do wholeheartedly support the amendment that's in front of us here as requested by the trustees of Soldiers Memorials.
All right, thank you.
Well, I had intended to save this for notes and correspondence, but since there's so many veterans here, I just wanted to comment on how great that was yesterday and how honored and humbled I was to be included. So I know that's not to do with the flag policy. As far as the flag policy goes, I am supportive. I would like to hear Patrick's proposals. They'll be new to a lot of the people in this room. I think depending on that discussion, I'll have some recommendations, but for now, I think the amended policy works for me, and I think we should turn to Patrick for his suggestions.
All right, Patrick, over to you.
Well, thank you. First of all, just a little bit of fix here. I cannot see the room. Westborough TV is not sharing the camera in the room, so I'm assuming the public can't see the room either via this hybrid meeting. So if that could be fixed, that would be great. In regards to my changes or my version that I sent out tonight, the information that I shared was basically falls into two categories. There were 4 changes that I am suggesting. I am supportive of the change that has been proposed in general. But I did think that there was some housekeeping that needed to be done, and then one particular change which is more inclusive of, I think, the needs of memorial monuments. So let me explain that further. So the first change that I was suggesting was there's some repetitiveness in the current version that was shared to the board, specifically that the language that says this policy is not intended to serve or create a forum for private expression. That was said in both, that was written in both sections 3 and 4, and it is actually relevant to the entire policy itself. So my suggestion is that that statement be brought forward to the top of the policy before section 1. My second change was, for those that were on the board a couple of years ago when we last looked at this, that was spurred by a conversation or a request specific to Bay State Commons. And therefore we tried to put in language specific to Bay State Commons. But now thinking about this further, there really are only 2 categories of positions for flags within the community under the authority of the select board. The first being the memorial locations that are listed in the policy, and second are all of the other locations, inclusive of the Bay State Commons. So my suggestion is under section 3 to remove and flag poles at Bay State Commons. It's just not necessary because it's contained within town-owned property.
Can I just, so that actually was added with the amendment. That's not existing, the at Bay State Commons. It was just to clarify because the current policy says Forbes Municipal Building and or Bay State Commons. So that was all crossed out. And so we added at Bay State Commons under the current amendment from the trustees.
Okay, so in the current version, Bay State Commons is called out individually?
No, so in the current, well, in the current version, it says Forbes Municipal Building and or Bay State Commons. I think the one that you were updating is the inclusive of the amendment.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm just suggesting that we don't call out anything other than the 2 categories, meaning memorials versus all other town properties under the authority of the select board.
I understand what you're saying, Patrick. Thanks.
Okay. The third change was, again, it was just a repetitive, and that policy is not intended to serve. And then the final change was in just going back and revisiting my notes from a few years ago, as well as going out and doing a little bit more research. There is a general understanding among the veterans organizations across the United States that it is appropriate to not only fly the American flag and the POW and MIA flag on memorials, but additionally to allow the positioning of the USA military branch flags, as well as state and local flags in that order. And I think that's an interesting designation that I came across. And the only instances that I think that would even be relevant is if, in fact, we as a town, as a community, as a board, saw the need to recognize, for example, one particular military branch for some purpose, or that we wanted to also fly the Massachusetts state flag on the Rotary. And I think all of those things, including local flags and state flags, are appropriate on the Rotary and do not speak to any specific, I'll say, political agenda or otherwise. So those were my changes or my recommendations for the board to consider.
All right, thank you. Any thoughts?
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have any opposition to flying the military branch flags or the state and local flags on memorials, but I would like to ask for the trustees to give their comments and get back to us before I make a decision on that. As far as the town of Westborough may allow the flying of other flags on town-owned property, my question was, how does that affect school property? Is that under our authority? Because
not.
well, this would imply that it is, so I think we should,
It's a select board policy, so it's not.
okay. I
And
mean,
you can clarify it, but it's implicitly not school
Well,
property.
as
Yeah.
long
We
as,
might want to clarify because, again, we always say that town is town, not school in town. I think it's a good,
well, it says all other town-owned property, so I would say that the schools are owned by the town, so even though, so I would just think it should be clarified in some way that we're not trying to direct the schools as to what their flag policy should be, as much as we might like to, so, okay.
So, I was just going to say, so the one that's in your packet, my memory of the conversation was that the board was allowing these additional flags to be flown on the Forbes Municipal Building pole and the Bay State Common pole. The amendment that we worked on with the trustees reduced that to just the Bay State Commons pole. So it just sort of depends on which version of this policy you're working off of, because that obviously that would narrow it
Yeah.
to just the one pole on Bay State.
Yeah,
Commons.
I don't know if there's a flagpole at DPW or,
Right, but I'm
you know,
saying this
other-
would only allow it at the Bay State Common pole.
okay.
Unless you're going to the other policy, and the other policy still refers to the one that Patrick submitted still refers to the Forbes Municipal Building. So
All right, those are my questions. Somebody else had it, sorry.
Okay. All right, thank you.
so to Patrick's suggestion about the possibility of state or military branch flags flying at the 5 locations of where there are veterans memorials, I think we should hold off on that and hear from the trustees. I know many of them are here tonight, but that's not a formal meeting. They
Correct.
haven't called a meeting. They can't make a decision tonight on that. If they want to meet on that, we could bring that back very quickly. I would be supportive of that change. And I think it's not necessarily a bad idea in case that there are, ways in which we want to celebrate, those branches at some point in time. So in terms of clarification of the Bay State Commons poll versus all other town property, I think my recommendation would be to be specific about the Bay State Commons because it's a community gathering place versus using the example of DPW being a specific location that's intended to be a place of business. And the examples we used in the past were if, let's say, the Rotary Club were having an event and they wanted to ask for permission on that day to raise the flag on the pole at Bay State Commons beneath the American flag, that might be something that the board would consider. So again, as a community gathering place, or the farmer's market flag, or whatever it might be. So.
All right, no, thank you. I think that makes sense. Any other comments before we put forward a motion?
Yeah, I agree with Shelby. I think we should go with what we have here. It's what's come to us as a request, and I know, again, thinking back to yesterday when we were at Pine Grove, we had all the military flags, but they were in spots in front of the memorial, not flying on the flagpole. Absolutely will listen to them. That's one of the roles they have here, but at this point in time, they've given us a proposal. I'm supportive of it. I'm supportive of calling out Bay State Commons, as Select Board Member Marshall said. So I would be myself comfortable with a motion to approve what we have was presented to us last week and is presented in our package at this time.
All right. So did you make that motion?
I did not,
Sean,
but
do we
I think
have Patrick? We have Patrick. though?
Patrick, did you have another thought? Oops,
You're on
yep,
mute.
mute.
No, I don't have any comments other than to say I appreciate the conversation. I also wanted to start off by saying to the community that I'm sorry that I couldn't be at the festivities yesterday. I heard it was a great event. A lot of my family members were there, but I couldn't make it because of personal reasons. And it's great to see the board all convened. It's been a while. So great to see you all.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, do we have a motion?
Yep, so I would move to adopt the amended select board policy for the exhibition of flags from town buildings and property, amended several times and now amended as presented and discussed.
With the additional S.
With the additional S on the flagpole for Pine Grove. Thank you.
Second.
Yeah, so
Yes.
so it does specify in the policy, again, Forbes Municipal Building flagpole, Minuteman Park flagpole, Pine Grove Cemetery Veterans Memorial flagpoles, plural, Rotary flagpole, and Westland Cemetery Veterans Memorial flagpole.
I second.
All right, thank you very much.
So Sean,
Yes.
just a question on that. So I think I heard Mark say earlier that, and I thought I heard Shelby say earlier as well, to send this back to discussion for the trustees of Soldiers Memorial in regards to the ideas of the additional flags that I listed as being representative of what the VFW, the American Legion Post, and many other organizations throughout the country suggest as flags that be allowed on memorials. Is that not part of what we're saying, or are we just going with the original version as presented?
Well,
With one modification of this.
So I think we are going with the original modification, but we are requesting back to the trustees that they consider whether or not they would like us to discuss that at a future
Yeah.
meeting.
Yeah, that's not part of my amendment. My amendment is specific to the policy, but many of them are here tonight, and I think that they'll take that back.
Sean.
Okay, so to make this change now, making the request for them to look at it and come back if they so choose.
Yes, but that is not part of a motion. The motion is to
I got it.
change the
No, I understood.
policy. Yes,
Yep.
sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Those Lee Strout, 243 West Main Street. That proposal, as it's now written, is meant to honor those that have served. I think to put other flags up there, other than these Stars and Stripes and the POWMIA flag, loses some of the meaning of the intention of what that proposal is all about. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And that is our current amendment that's been proposed.
Does not include.
Does
anything else
not
besides-
include anything other than those two flags. Yes.
Sean, just to be clear and to address Patrick in particular, I agree with your recommendation to move this policy is not intended to serve or create a forum for private expression. And I would like that, if any amended policy came back, that we consider that as well. I think it's,
That's
That
that's
is-
town council language,
Yes.
so we would just want to run it by them first.
I think it's just a question of where it is and
Yeah.
that.
They,
where-
they, they had written
reviewed
this and put it there
Yeah.
originally, and they put it there, so
It's already in number 3, just to be clear.
So
it is
yeah,
in there.
that you would just want to, before you took it out, I would just want to run
I'm,
it.
I'm
by
not
them.
suggesting taking it out today.
Or move
I'm
it, I think
just-
we'd go back and ask
I
them.
just want to
Yeah.
make sure that
Well, I was saying
Patrick
move it
knows he
because
was
it's
heard on
actually,
that.
I was saying move it because it was actually in sections 3 and 4, so it was repetitive and it was relevant to the entire document.
Yeah.
So I think it's appropriate to put it at the top. If that takes town council, fine, I guess we'd look at this again once they take a look at that change.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, I understand what you're saying. I think it's actually it's specifically, I think it was pointing to the same case that was brought up during open forum, which is just making sure that it's clear. Point taken that it's repetitive. I just would want to double check.
Yeah, I think we can, for now, be okay that it's repetitive.
Right.
Yes. I agree.
One question too, I mean, town council approved this amendment.
Correct.
tonight.
Yes.
Therefore, I know Christine. Sean
Yes.
Spent some time writing
Yep.
writing the proposal to bring it forward. So
Sorry.
it's much appreciated.
Town council reviewed it.
Can
They
somebody
didn't-
come to
they
the
didn't
podium?
approve it.
I can't
We
hear.
approved it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Semantics.
yeah.
point of
All right.
Yeah, Patrick, Mr. Brady was just making the point that town council had already looked at the amendment, so he was just off camera there. So that's all.
All right. So with that, we have a motion and a second roll call vote. Patrick?
Welch, yes?
Shelby?
Marshall, yes.
Ian?
Johnson, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
And Keo, yes. The updated policy passes 5-0. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Much appreciated.
It's great to see you all yesterday.
Can I just take 1 second to, I have a display here that I would like to show you. Sort of pertinent to this topic. It's of the new monument at Westborough Cemetery.
I don't know that's,
It's an example.
You know, we probably should have captured it during open forum, so I would just,
Yeah. Oh, sorry. what?
your call.
Yeah. 1 minute. Be brief, please.
It's just a great example.
Yep.
That's our work.
Amanda, could you just bring it forward so Westborough TV could see that? Thanks. Thank you. And maybe have Mark come to the,
yeah, Mark, if you can just introduce yourself too.
Okay. This is a great example of how we all work together tonight and together to build this monument. I know the Westland Cemetery is soon to open. It's going through some final phases. The town supported us wholeheartedly in designing this monument. We're very proud of it. We incorporated the changes that we recommended into the monument. And again, it's just a good example of how we all work together to respect the laws and the policies of each committee to work together to make something that's good for the community. The community needs a new cemetery. The veterans always appreciate a monument that this one honors service, not memorials, but service. And we thank you very much for this. And I just brought it tonight because I thought it was pertinent to how we all work together for the community.
Mark, thank
Thank
you
you,
very
Mark.
much.
thank you.
No. And look forward to the opening ceremony. Item number 3, the proclamation of June as Pride Month.
Well, I should probably be the obvious person to jump in on this one, right? No, I want to thank the board for historically over the past several years recognizing June as Pride Month, and to some of the comments that were made earlier tonight, we are a great community that is inclusive of everyone, and recognizing that inclusivity through various proclamations that this board does at various times for various reasons, I think speaks to that. So, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Shelby.
and someone can read it. I don't have to read it.
Is there anybody? Would you like to read?
Sure, I don't mind reading it. So it's a proclamation recognizing June as Pride Month, whereas the town of Westborough is committed to creating a welcoming, safe, and healthy community for everyone, inclusive of all, and recognizing individual differences such as age, race, sexual orientation, gender identity, ethnicity, nationality, religion, socioeconomic status, and more. And whereas the month of June is observed as Pride Month across the nation, and whereas Pride Month commemorates the Stonewall Uprising of 1969, a pivotal moment in the movement for LGBTQ plus rights and equality in the United States and around the world. And whereas we recognize that LGBTQ plus individuals have historically faced and continue to face discrimination, violence, and inequality, and we affirm our responsibility to stand against injustice in all forms. And whereas we acknowledge the invaluable contribution of residents, town employees, volunteers, business owners, and others who identify with the LGBTQ plus community and contribute positively to the culture of our community. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for Westro's LGBTQ plus community, and is an opportunity to act and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. And now therefore be it resolved that the Select Board hereby declares and proclaims June 2026 as Pride Month in Westborough. We call upon all members of our community to recognize and celebrate the LGBTQ plus community, to promote equal rights for all, and to stand for acceptance and justice, given this 26th day of May in the year 2026.
Ian, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I didn't hear the motion.
Wasn't that the motion?
The move was to approve that proclamation.
Yep.
Yeah. And then read the proclamation.
Yep.
So I think that was it.
Okay, I just didn't hear
I
him say
didn't
that.
actually say it was to move that, but that was
Okay.
the intent.
No, I understand that.
Second. All right. Any comments? Roll call vote. Patrick?
Welch, yes.
Shelby?
Marshall, yes.
Ian?
Johnson, yes.
Mark?
Silverberg, yes.
And Keo, yes, 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Number 4 is interdepartmental transfers. This, during the months of May and June, the town is allowed to make interdepartmental transfers, so we keep this as an open agenda item. If these are to occur, we do not have any for today's discussion. Item number 5, request for seasonal liquor license approval for Westborough. Do we have it's over here. All right. Farmers Market, Broken Creek Vineyard, and Spicy Water Distillery. Hello.
Hi, my name is Barry Bacon. I'm the owner of Spicy Water Distillery from Millbury, Mass. I'm a resident of Worcester as well. We were here last year for the farmers market. Very happy to be back. Good to see friends like Abby from Broken Creek joining us again this year. It's been a wonderful market last year. I think Kristen does a great job pulling a lot of people in from the surrounding areas. She's taking feedback and a lot of good things with it. We're bringing back our popular spirits that we make in Millbury: vodka, rum, gin, bourbon. We've got our limoncello, as well as some flavored cocktails that are now available for people to take home. So we're expanding our line and bringing it all to Westborough. If you have any questions?
Excellent. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
Everything-
Love the innovation. So thanks for coming back.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions for either vendor?
You want to speak or?
Well, I think the other one is online.
Yeah.
Yes. Hello, from Broken Creek. Would you? Yes. How are you?
Good. This is our 3rd year at the farmers market, and we're excited for another summer. We'll do the same, just samples, and then sell bottles to go. We're a 41-acre farm in Shrewsbury. We make it all ourselves.
Awesome.
Excellent. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Abigail.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. We typically identify
It's
as,
Abigail.
yeah, just for the public.
Abigail Scaff.
Yeah,
Okay,
from
great.
Broken Creek.
Abigail,
Thanks.
thank you very much.
Would you like a motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
That'd be great.
I would move to issue a Section 15F liquor license to Broken Creek Vineyards and Spicy Water Distillery for the sale of their, I'm supposed to specify, for their spirits and wine. Is that correct? Is that how I say that?
Sounds good.
For off-premises consumption at a certified agricultural event at 1100 Union Street, Westborough, on Thursdays from 2:30 to 6:30 p.m. from June 11, 2026 to October 8, 2026.
Second that.
All right, thank you. Roll call vote. Patrick?
Welch, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
And Keo, yes, 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you, guys.
Next motion. Oh, that was just one motion, correct?
We did
No, I
together.
did.
Oh, you did them together?
I did them
Yep.
together.
I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I
So we approved
busted.
them both.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. You're a step ahead of me.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you on June 11th. Look forward to seeing you June 11th
So you're
at the
approved.
farmer's market. You're all set. I mean, you can stay. We just sort of assumed you would leave, I guess.
That's the room.
Thank you.
Thank you so
very
much.
Did you ask him if he brought samples?
Okay. All right. Item number 6, letter of support for a Housing Works grant through our Department of Public Works.
I can do it if you want.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
So included in your packet is a letter of support for the DPW's application for a Housing Works grant, which is to complete continued lining of clay pipe. So we have a lot of clay pipe in town, and the DPW has been working to line that clay pipe. The focus area for this grant would be High Street and Summer Street neighborhood. This grant is part of the state's, I believe it's part of the state's One Stop, which is due in the beginning of June. The DPW has applied for this grant for the past 2 years, but has not been awarded it, though the feedback is that it is a competitive project, so we continue to apply. They anticipate requesting approximately $700,000, which is a little bit less than in previous years. The grant allows up to $5 million requests. There's no matching funds required, although applications that offer a match are competitive, so the DPW does plan to provide a match using available funds. Award announcements are expected in October.
Right.
Do we know what that match percent would be?
I'd have to look and see if it's in the. I don't have the amount.
Okay. Do we know what, is it a percent of?
I believe it's 10%, and it is probably
I just didn't see it, but
part
maybe
of the motion from last week.
okay.
Well, so the last meeting you approved a letter of support for the corridor study project. This is available funds as in funds within their budget.
Within their budget, okay. If you could just let us know that,
Yep.
I trust our DPW director to make the appropriate match. And this is just for the public's benefit. Lining of clay pipes is an ongoing project. I don't remember how many years ago Chris talked to us about this, but this has been presented several times. So it is part of an overall initiative.
And I would imagine this would come out of sewer. The sewer budget, since these are sewer pipes, so not the general fund budget, but again, the match would come out of the sewer. Available funds. Enterprise fund.
I don't have any additional information from Chris.
That's okay. If you can just let us know, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
That comment,
Yes.
sorry, I was just gonna say, so on that comment, I just want to make sure we're not expecting any future because we talked about interdepartmental transfers earlier, we're not expecting that we would require one in order to make that match. Is that correct?
There's been no statement to that.
Chris has come
Yeah,
with
in the notes in the packet, that's how I understood it, so.
yeah, it doesn't specifically say, but Chris has been to the board already with 3 interdepartmental transfers and has not identified the need for any additional.
Okay. Yep, very supportive of this, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or emotion?
I would move to authorize the chair to execute and send a letter on the board's behalf in support of the Housing Works grant application as presented.
Second.
Second, Mark, thank you. Okay, with that roll call vote, Patrick?
Welch, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
And Keo, yes, 5-0. Waste, now on item number 7, Waste Management Program Review and Contract Extension. And so, Christie, thank you.
Team's all here. Okay. So this agenda item is meant to accomplish 2 things. The first is to accomplish the goal of the select board, which was to look at the waste management program. The action items we had initially identified under that goal were to look at alternative programs, but as you know, we've made a lot of changes to this program. So the action items were adjusted to reflect the changes that the board has approved throughout this year. So we want to revisit sort of the history of this program as it's evolved. And then also the second piece of it is, as you know, the town executed an agreement or a contract with Harvey's back back in 2024. And that was a 1-year agreement with 2 options for 1-year extensions. So this would be the last year of that agreement. So the board would need to agree to enter into this final year of that agreement, that extension, and then we would send them a letter to that end. So that's a little hard to see, sorry. So when you look at the timeline, in September 27th of 2022, the select board created the Waste Management Exploratory Committee. They were charged to provide a comprehensive report to the board with the aim of reducing total residential waste, increasing recycling and composting, and decreasing contamination of recycling and composting streams. That board worked very hard for over a year, and in December of 23, they presented options to the board. All of them included pay-as-you-throw. Ultimately, the board looked at the cost of each of these, and that's when we came to our current program. Our current program is the transfer station program where you purchase a permit, but you use pay-as-you-throw bags. So this is the timeline of different changes that we've made throughout. So we executed that contract in November of 2025. It ended up including a cost for recycling for glass and plastic. We've made several changes to the budget since then. We added the enterprise fund. This board approved the relocation of that facility recently to 62A Hopkinton Road, allowing for single stream recycling. And now we've gotten back, now we're in March of 23, and now we are here with a fully complete program asking for that extension. When you look at the funding of the program in 25, we updated the form of the annual contract. We removed contract terms that required a subsidy of private curbside programs, so that was really significant work that we were able to do. We reduced the cost of the permits. They used to be $170 for a 2-year permit, and now they're $40 annually. Seniors paid $85 for a 2-year permit, and now they're $25 annually. We also reduced the permit to 1-year terms, which actually helps us in terms of the cash flow of the program, and then also just confirming people's eligibility for the program. The original budget was reduced in fiscal 25 from almost $900,000 to just over $800,000. We implemented the pay-as-you-throw program. We also included the senior citizen bag program, and then we added the waste management coordinator positions to provide permit and pay-as-you-throw enforcement. In 26, we established the enterprise fund. We worked with Harvey's to modify the location and create a safer experience. And then we implemented the single stream recycling, and we actually further reduced the budget. So in fiscal 25, it was at 809. In fiscal 26, the budgeted amount was at 721. Contract amendments that we've made to date was changing the location, as I mentioned. We also changed the type of equipment that Harvey's was required to use, because we used to have the conveyor belt, but then when it was moved to this new location, we didn't require that anymore. We added terms for recycling materials, single stream recycling, and acceptable waste. We added information that they were required to provide, so that we were receiving detailed invoices and a reporting requirement. And then we also amended the contract price from $120 a ton for plastic and glass to $35 a ton for single stream recycling. This is an overview of what's happened over time. So the bars represent the total amount of residential waste just through the transfer station program. And then the green represents the recycling and the blue represents the trash. So you see that once we implemented this new contract with pay as you throw, we've had a decrease in the amount of waste that is being handled through this program. This is a bit more complicated, but certainly we'll make this available for people to look at, because it does tell an interesting story about how the trash and recycling varies from month to month and has done so over the 4 fiscal years. This also shows the non-recycling trash comparison. So the waste, once we implemented the program, we had a decrease in waste. Certainly attribute that to multiple things. So one is the enforcement. We were finding, as we've told this board before, that there were several folks that were not eligible to use the program that were using the program in the past because we didn't have that enforcement arm that we have now. Certainly others may have chosen to go to their own private curbside program rather than continuing to participate in the town's current program. We look at contract costs. This just shows year-over-year contract costs and then the tons for fiscal 25 and 26, and then we don't have estimated tonnage yet for 27. When we executed the original contract, even though it was a 1-year contract, we agreed to these rates. So we agreed that in year 1 it would be $65 a ton, year 2 $75, and year 3, which is fiscal 27, $85 a ton. And then you can see how we've changed the recycling costs going forward. And then we had also agreed to that yard waste amount. When we look at program fees and revenues, we have not changed or recommended any changes to the permit fees that were established in the beginning, even though we've seen the increase in costs based on the contract. So you can see here that we're estimating where we get our estimates for our revenue. Now that it is in an enterprise fund, when we receive these fees, it goes directly to support the program. So we are not needing to levy as much on the taxes because we were able to directly apply the revenue that we receive for this program. And so here you can see the levy change over time. As we mentioned, in fiscals 23, 24, and 25, this was before we changed the enterprise fund, and then we were able to significantly decrease what was being levied for the program in 26 and 27. This is the fiscal 27 budget, so showing that we were estimating at town meeting, we were estimating $270,000 with an estimated levy of just under $500,000. We are watching the usage in fiscal 26. We have seen folks move, or it appears that they're moving away from the program, maybe not purchasing the permits. So we do anticipate continuing to watch that and potentially coming back in October before the tax rate is set to adjust the budget based on our updated estimates. In addition to asking you to execute the extension of the contract, we actually wanted to make an additional amendment. One thing that Harvey's provided to us when we moved to 62A Hopkinton Road was runners. So these runners are folks who will come to your car and take your trash and then deposit them into the receptacles that they're required to be in. And so that's something that Harvey's is already provided at no additional cost. And so we just wanted to memorialize that in the contract. And then just as I mentioned, the next steps would be for the board to execute that extension of the contract, inclusive of the amendment of the inclusion of runners with the definition, and then continuing to monitor the program participation. I think one of the things that we're seeing in other communities and that we should think about as we need to negotiate a successor contract is how much of the program should be self-sustaining. And so that's something that we would come back to the board to discuss. You know, should there be an increase in fees that would make the program more self-sustaining as opposed to being paid for by the tax levy? And that's something that, you know, other towns I know are working on, and there's many different ways that you can accomplish that. There's also certainly incremental steps that could be taken to just start to work towards that, if that's something the board is interested in. So that concludes my presentation, but I know John, our finance director, is here, who's been monitoring the costs. Jen Sullivan, our public health director, is oversees the program and spends quite a bit of time there herself. And then Al Gordon, our senior waste management program coordinator, can answer questions. So.
All right, thank you, Christy. Comments, questions from anyone? Yes.
Just a question. So in looking at next steps here, there's no recommendation right now to change any actual fees, but really to continue to monitor it and make a decision if necessary at a later time.
Yeah, I think as we're looking at so we talked about potentially coming to you and asking to increase the permit fee $5 or maybe increasing some bag fees. And the result of that is such a small amount that it felt like as we look at the successor contract and potentially, you know, there might be opportunities for doing some different things in that contract that maybe at that point we could estimate what that increase would look like going forward and make changes that, you know, had maybe more impact.
Perfect. Thank you.
So that actually answered one of my questions because your, well, first of all, your fiscal budget, just a little bit off. You had an estimated revenue of 270, but on a previous slide you had, and I didn't notice this earlier, I would have brought it up with you, but it's just a nitpicky thing.
Please tell me.
You had bag revenues at 195 and permit estimated revenues at 80. So your estimated revenue is 275?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, so our estimated revenue is actually 270.
More importantly, that 80 represents a decrease from the previous year, and I was under the impression that we were proposing a $5 increase in permit fees, and I was wondering why there was a decrease. But I think you explained that earlier. If the fees aren't going up and we've seen a decline in permits, then that makes sense. So I'm going to table that question.
Yeah, so just so I'm clear, so this slide just didn't get updated. So it is 270, which is what our budget was based on, and for fiscal 27. So it should say 190 for the bags. And we saw around the beginning of this calendar year, we saw a decline in permit purchasing. And, you know, we certainly attribute that to a few different things. And what we understand is that folks might be going to private curbside.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Patrick?
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Christy, team, great job on this. I think it's a very exciting program. It's one of the things in my time on the board that I think is quite an amazing program. So thank you. I really just I'm very supportive and glad to see the data. My question to you is more along kind of logistics. I talked to you briefly a week or so ago. My understanding right now is that Waste Management Systems is getting a permit through DEP to resolve the issue of that dumpster on the side that they are having the runners help with trash to. Are you aware of any updates as to where they are with that permit, with that dumpster? And my expectation is if they get that permit from DEP, that dumpster would then move into the, I'll say, larger drop-off area where the other dumpsters are below grade. But that's my first question to you.
Okay. I'm going to let Jen answer.
Sullivan, your public health director. I do believe that actually application is on hold as of right now because of the length of how long it's going to take and the feasibility of getting that approved. So I don't think that they're working on it currently to move the dumpsters over.
Okay. Which kind of with my next question in play here, it might be good. I visit the dump on the weekdays, so I don't go down on the weekend because of the historic, long lines that we've experienced in the past. I'm not sure if all of the other board members have had an opportunity to go down and see the configuration. It is it's decently efficient for a few cars that might be coming in during the weekday, which is what I've experienced. But I'm concerned, especially if a trash dumpster that is being moved eventually when that permit is granted will add another level of dumping in that area. And I can really see it being a bottleneck. So my question is this: have we heard or experienced any congestion issues in this new configuration that has been provided predominantly on busy times like Saturday?
We noticed one Saturday where there was a backup for about 3 minutes in the road. Other than that, the typical wait time on a busy day is about 5 minutes. If that helps answer your question.
That does. I mean, that's actually quicker than it was before, and that's surprising. So that's great to hear. So I guess we'll keep up the good work there. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was it, Sean. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Patrick. Any other comments?
Yeah, the only other comment that I would say is definitely that the sooner we start, I was one of the original members of the Waste Management Exploratory Committee, and there's a lot to be considered. There's a whole bidding process should we decide to, go down that path. We heard, I think this was a great example of where the then board heard loud and clear from what the public wanted. And we followed that, and I think created a program that was aligned with waste reduction while still recognizing the benefits of having this facility in town. So I would encourage the board to, and I don't have our goals in front of us. I don't even know where this lands, but I guess this would be a next year goal.
Yes. Well, fiscal 27 will need to be working on it. So I don't actually think it made it to the goals. But
Yeah. So let's add it. So it has to be done. So we definitely want to do that and do it thoughtfully without kind of any presupposed assumptions, I guess. So great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would move to authorize the town manager to finalize and send the extension agreement and amendment letter to Harvey's Waste Connections for the purpose of extending the contract for a period of 1 year, July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027.
Second. Oh, Mark's got it.
No, you got it.
Okay, moved and seconded. No further comment. Roll call vote. Patrick?
Welch, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
And Keough, yes, 5-0. Thank you, Christy. Our next item, item 8, is a school department request. They've got some construction occurring this summer and are hoping to amend some traffic rules, and we have them here.
Joined tonight by Steve Theron from Vertex. He's our owner's project manager for the high school roof project. And as I indicated in the memo, we really are looking for a just-in-case pre-authorization to extend work hours. The goal is never to use this, of course. Our project timeline is set up to be sufficient to complete the work with weekdays only. However, it is New England, and things happen weather-wise that we believe could delay the work on the roof. And so we're coming to you to ask for this authorization up front with a real commitment to kind of communicate proactively with police, fire, and the neighbors if we do feel we need to use it in order to open school on time in the fall. So thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Can I, there's no presentation for this portion, right? Okay, just a couple questions if I may?
Sure.
Is that okay? So the request is for an extension of hours on Sunday, and it looks like the contractor wanted it to start at as early as 7 a.m.
Correct.
So I gotta be honest with you, that feels really early for people on a weekend. Full disclosure, I'm in a butter, but I've got dogs, so noise is all relative. I feel like that's with longer days. Yes, I realize there's heat and all, but I feel like an 8 a.m. start on a weekend is reasonable for construction. That would be sort of where I'd be leaning with this. I'm happy to extend that to allow construction on Sunday, no issue there. And my follow-on question is, practically speaking, how would residents be notified? Is this so how would residents be notified if we approve this?
It's a great question. One of the things I was planning to do once we kind of get this question handled is to actually do some door-to-door work in the area in order to make contact, give people our information, and let them know we'll be doing updates on our website so that people can be notified. And then if folks have email addresses they're willing to share with us, we'd be able to notify them directly that way.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, because there was some information, I don't think it was in our packet, but this is just for Sundays.
It's for Saturdays, a Saturday 7 a.m. start. So that, there's kind of a sliding scale. I could ask Steve to come up and speak to it. He's got more experience on why the times and why the days of the week.
And I'll just note, I don't know if this is a formality or if our agenda specifically talks about Sundays. So
Yeah.
I would like to still hear from Steve.
Sure, thank you. The 7 o'clock start specifically for roofers is so that in the summer, they have an opportunity to get as early a start as possible so that they are no longer working in the heat of the day. So that's really the purpose with the roofers.
Yep.
Honestly, any other trade, we wouldn't push that a bit, but I know roofers, they'll start at 5 in the summer if the site would allow that.
Yeah.
My suggestion is perhaps a trial could be started. Now, we don't know when this is going to happen. If it rains all day on a Wednesday, they're not going to work on a Wednesday. And the objective is to be able to have them then make up that day, that weekend, that Saturday. So that's the objective. If we have, a terrible week where we have a rain out Wednesday and Thursday, that's the only time that they would look to work on a Sunday. And appreciating all the concerns. We know what's in the bylaw. We know it's there for a purpose. This is a bit isolated. I would suggest you know better than me what the noise might be like there from the roof. But if we try it and Sunday 7, it doesn't work. You can't do that again. Perfectly fine. We'd love to try that and be in good communication. And if that one time on a Sunday, if we happen to have those 2 rain days, you say, look, Sunday 7, that doesn't work. So, and maybe even Sundays don't work. But if we do a trial and after a day, if you decide, nope, then that's what we'll do. So that's my suggestion. Maybe you say, oh yeah, I did hear them, but it was okay. We're just trying to get the work done before the kids come back for the school year. That's the whole purpose.
And the project is expected to run June 20, right, day after to September 1st, right? And that's also why I saw on Facebook something, the upper parking lot is kind of closed off, right, for equipment and that sort of thing. Okay.
Thank you.
Just a question. This is all my ignorance, but so roofing, I think I know from town meeting what we've approved there, but what type of noise would we expect, especially at 7 a.m., any morning, but including Sunday?
So it's a great question. So initially, the first few days will be noisy. Those will be during the week. It's a vacuuming, and that's to vacuum the rocks, the ballast that is on the roof presently. Those will all be taken off, and that's noisy. After that, about 2 weeks after that, the concrete repair work will start, and that'll be noisy. How noisy? Up on the roof, it's concrete repair work. Otherwise, it's hand tools, drills, screw guns, those kinds of tools.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay. It may be difficult, but something like the vacuuming or drilling, is that something that could be excluded from Sundays, or is it really needs to be whatever the timing is to do that? I'm just thinking that
I hadn't thought of that.
it just seems like those hours, that'd be really, for a Sunday morning to have drilling going on might be.
Drilling will happen just about any time they're working. You know, we know enough to know that if you tell them don't use your hand tools, that's not easy to have actually followed.
Yeah, and I'm talking more about the concrete work with that work. I would imagine is, at least I'm thinking in my head more like jackhammering than
Maybe
drilling.
just to maybe again the trial approach. If we say no concrete repair work or vacuuming, and maybe we'll find something else that's noisy that we're not coming up with here. I don't think there's anything else. You know, the objective is to work with everyone, not, you know, come up with noisy things that we didn't mention. And again, feedback that we get, we'll listen to and hope for another opportunity to work on a Saturday if there's a rain out or a Wednesday.
Yeah.
You know, so happy to do that. And I will be the liaison for the project to the town. So certainly we'll work as closely with whomever and as many folks needed to make sure all the good communication happens. We will have a person, as with all the projects, on site as well at all times when there's construction. So, you know, we'll make sure there's good communication.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just respond to the communication? I think that sounds great in theory. And Steve, I've worked with you on other projects and I know how diligent you are. So this comment isn't a reflection of, you know, any work as an OPM. I just think that the practicality of, well, let's see how it goes, and then let's bring folks back, and then, you know, we've got to schedule a meeting. I think that sounds good in theory, and it's not going to work. I mean, I'm not going to die on the hill in this one, but I feel like, you know, where the policy already allows 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on a Saturday. That's a long day for roofing. I'm not sure that 1 hour is going to make a big difference, even if there has been rain before. Again, I'm not a roofer. I think that, I don't know. I feel like Sundays at 7 a.m. is really, I feel like that's just really early on the weekends for people, regardless of where we are. I know we've had issues in the past with Harvey and the dumpsters at 5 a.m. and slamming, and people have complained, right? I don't know. I don't think 1 hour is going to make an impact in this project for all of these contingencies days, but I'm interested in what the board has to say.
Quick, so Monday to Friday, it's 7 a.m. forward, correct? Okay, so Saturdays currently 8 a.m. Are you asking for 7 a.m. on Saturdays?
That's what we're hoping for. Saturday at 7, a normal construction work day on Saturday.
Okay. And then potentially also that for Sundays if needed. Okay.
But the day on Saturday is longer. It can go till 6 p.m. per our policy.
Oh, got it. And what's the normal day is just 7
8 to 6. 8 to 6 is
but
typical.
Monday through Friday
Yeah.
is
Yeah, I'd have to.
7 to 6.
Is 7 to 6.
Yep.
Monday through Friday is 7.
I'm not sure what they're proposing for Sunday. 7 to
They're proposing 7 to 3.
7 to 3. Okay,
3:30, excuse me.
thanks.
All right. Patrick,
John?
any comments?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward to the board. And that last part of the conversation really helped me better understand what's specifically being requested here. There was a very similar conversation that happened a few months ago in regards to the Dell Web property and the construction activities that go on up there. And I can't help but go back and think about how that problem was addressed in the residents' concerns around the noises up there. And I wonder if there's a similar question that has to be asked here. We're talking about, I don't know, what, a 4-month period or so of construction. Well, actually less if we're talking before starting schools, right? 2 months. So my question would be, how many contingency days do you actually anticipate as far as rain or other activities? And could we not allow for the use of a number of days instead of a blanket? You can use, extend Saturday 1 hour and also include Sunday hours. Would it not be more feasible and responsible to the community to say, if you're doing this work over 2 months, would 2 Sundays suffice to allow for rain days during the middle of the week? That would give you 2 rain days out of a month that you can make up, and then the extension on the Saturday. And I'm just, I'm really speaking to the board here about what other creative ways we can do this. I'm very concerned about the Sunday piece. That high school is right in the middle of, many neighborhoods touch it. I have roofed many roofs in the summertime, personally. I've roofed many roofs. I know what it's like to be up on a roof. It is a safe risk for those workers, but I do also want to respect the residents. So 2-part question there. I guess to the OPM, do you have numbers on how many days you actually anticipate that you would need to use this? And then to the board, could we not constrict this to those number of days?
I guess like there's a date they need to be done by, right? And so I don't necessarily want to restrict the number of days if it's going to end up pushing them past the start of school. I think I would be amenable to saying, why don't we make Saturdays and Sundays 8 a.m. and if it turns out that that's not working out and there's an issue and we're at crunch time, that we would reconsider that. Is that something that folks would be amenable to?
I'm amenable to that. I think.
So, Sean,
Can I get it to you?
Sure.
Yeah, I said I'm amenable to that. I think it makes sense to me.
So I just had my question was related to cost. As a union project, I assume that the cost for Sunday labor is higher than weekday labor. And is that going to drive up the cost of the project?
So great question, and the question was raised by the contractor as hoping he has the option to work, but that would not come as an added expense to the town.
Okay. Next question. I am reluctant to approve additional hours on Sunday. To be honest, I think 8 a.m. on a Saturday is early, but that may be my lifestyle more than yours. But given that it's a summer project, I would rather see the day extended during the week. I mean, it's daylight till like 8 o'clock, right? And I assume since 7 to 6 is an 11-hour day, you're doing 2 shifts, because I can't imagine you're asking these roofers to work 11-hour days. That doesn't seem very safe to me. But that's also someone who's scared to get up on a roof. So maybe that's safe for them. I don't know. But so I guess my druthers would be to extend the hours during the week rather than allow for the Sunday hours. But I understand the uproar that will happen if we don't get this finished by the start of school. On a side note, I've seen some comments and questions about, I guess the parking lot is posted, no parking as of June 11th, and people are wondering what's going on. And particularly since school will still be in session, although the seniors won't be there, and I think that's the parking lot that's affected. I just would like to see some email blasts or social media or a combination thereof that maybe gets some of that information out to people so that, there's not, people know what's going on. So I think that's all.
Thank you.
Sean,
Yes, Patrick.
if I may, just going back to my question, I don't think I heard an answer from the OPM. I would like to understand, how tight is your schedule? You know how many days in a week there are. You know how many months you've got to get this done before school opens. How close are you on your schedule? And is there any buffer within your project that has not already been accounted for to accommodate rain stoppages? And then another comment in combination with Mark's comments. There's this thing in Spain called a siesta. And, in hot weather, take those 2-3 hours off the afternoon and work later into the evening is a very smart way to do things. So I'd like to hear from the OPM on those 2 comments.
Oh, sure.
Thank
Yes,
you.
please.
So a couple things. I have a schedule that I received on Friday from the contractor that is actually a day-by-day schedule, which I love, instead of just by the weeks. So it actually shows activity on every day. To answer your question directly, I don't know What float is in here, meaning what extra day or two or whatever it may be is in here. So I don't know exactly what is planned on for any capacity for rain. I do know that right up to, let me make sure I get it right here. Manufacturer and architect inspections goes right through 8/28. Happens to be what is on the schedule he provided on Friday. That's all I know so far. This is kind of a preemptive discussion. Mobilization will be on 6/24, so, it isn't tomorrow. It hasn't rained yet, so that's why we're here, to get an understanding. I don't believe allowing an extended day is of any value, honestly, because they won't work those hours in the summer at that time of day. I'd almost rather say it'll be quiet at 3:31 p.m. and no work after that. But I know that's not of great value necessarily either. But the workers won't work, won't is the wrong word, 12-hour days in the summer on the roof. That's just unlikely as a plan. That's all.
I will say,
So just
Pat, are you done? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a question because I think there was a semi-motion posed. I don't remember who said it, but there was a question as to, I thought someone said, keep Saturday as is, but allow for Sunday from the 8 a.m. till, what was it, 3 o'clock? Did I hear that correctly?
I guess 3:30.
That was the
3:30?
request, that is the request that was in our packet.
The
Oh,
request was
7
7
a.m.,
a.m. to
sorry.
3:30.
Plus 7 a.m., 7 a.m. on both days?
Yes. But this goes back to my earlier question, and Christy, this is to you, being that the agenda specifically was about Sunday, can we make a decision about Saturday?
I mean, we didn't give notice to the fact that we were going to be talking about Saturday, but if you're going down that path of 8 a.m., that wouldn't be a change to Saturday anyway. So
It would not be a change.
yeah, if you did 8 a.m.
If we made it 7 a.m., it would be a change.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I will say that in my experience, sound travels up, and since this is a roof project, maybe it won't be as onerous. But I would support the 8 a.m. time on Sundays, and no change to Saturday.
Well, based on that, Mark, I would just say O'Neill Drive is right there, right? So there's a huge neighborhood that actually sits above the building.
That's a great point.
I would support hours on Sunday. I would actually rather those hours be in the afternoon and evening than in the morning at all. Morning is a time that a lot of people in our community are going to church. It's a relaxing morning with a cup of coffee type of time. I don't know if there's any way for the contractors that are doing this to be, noon or whatnot till 6 o'clock. That'd be a much more desirable time from my perspective than a morning.
Yeah.
I would say
But I'm not, again, like Shelby said, I'm not going to die on a hill over this. I just think that there's some creative ways that we could better accommodate the community.
Yeah. So my guess is that if you're losing an entire day, say Wednesday, you're not going to make it up on a half day on Sunday. So it needs to be at least a comparable amount of time available. So yeah. Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. So, move pursuant to Article 66, Section 1 of the Town Bylaws to permit construction activity related to the Westborough High School roof project to take place on Sunday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m.
Second.
Okay. Discussion, roll call vote. Patrick?
Welch, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
And Keough, yes.
I know it's not exactly what you wanted, but I think that balances out.
Yeah, and I think as well.
Hopefully we don't need it.
Yeah, and I think that if we, if the weather is not cooperative, because roofing is what it is in New England, we want to hear from you guys so we want this project to be successful. So we'll, yep,
If
come
we-
back,
okay.
come back.
Fair enough.
Hopefully we have a great summer and you don't need any Sundays.
Yeah,
Right.
All right.
Excellent.
School project number 2.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Oh,
Yep, number
okay, sorry, number 2.
This one,
Okay.
I do have a link to some visual here. And, Principal McCann is here in case you have very specific questions about the kind of pick up drop off, because he's the guy who sees it and lives it every day. This is a request that was put together by Mr. McCann along with our school resource officer, Detective Dapolite. After really looking at the situation in pick up and drop off, I think it particularly was noticeably challenging during the kind of aftermath of some of the winter storms we had. Just with that much snow and not a lot of place to put the snow, I think it created some real hazardous conditions, and we wanted to find a way to address those moving forward. So, we sent this along. The detective put this together. I want to note that this is like a mock-up. It's not actually our Armstrong school, but it's designed to give you the gist of it, right? That along the school side here. Is that the right one? Yep. School side of West Street, not West Main Street. That's also it.
Right.
Yeah, that is a mistake. That there would be no parking zone, and that would allow sort of pull up and drop off there without having children and parents walking back and forth with cars. And you can see the kind of overhead view. This is the actual Armstrong School in this particular view to where West Street is. Absolutely.
I just want to, if you take a look at the previous photo, just to be clear, this photo almost makes it look like there's not going to be any parking on West Street, which is actually not accurate. There's a significant amount of parking immediately after that crosswalk from this point here all along the tennis court area, which extends down to the end of the tennis court area. Our hope is that we could take that yellow section and create probably a strip of 7 or 8 car lengths that would allow cars to pull in. We would actually show our parents how we would like them to do arrival, meaning instead of parking the vehicle and then getting out of the car and walking up the sidewalk and saying goodbye at the door, we would like them to say goodbye in park and turn and say, have a great day, and then off they go. Right now, what's currently happening, the student safety issue that we're seeing is cars are parked here. And as wild as this may sound, cars are pulling up alongside the parked vehicles and then are putting their vehicle into park and getting out and walking up. So the car is literally parked in the middle of the road. So we're blocking traffic entirely in many instances. I do address this, of course, when I go out and I say to the parent, I see you've parked in the road. Is there a way for us to have you park over in one of these empty spots? Because many times there are available spots to park. And so really we want to improve the safety by not having students get out in that particular location. We want them parked up against the curb. We want them getting out at the curb. And we want to increase the traffic flow. We think if we have 5, 6, 7, 8 car lengths and we have that be the normal drop-off system, cars will pull up. They can hug their child goodbye. The child would get out of the car. It's probably a 1-minute process for that particular vehicle, which means we can get through 8 cars every minute. And we think that will significantly improve safety and reduce any kind of traffic issues, which currently there are, because if you look just to the left on top of where you see that yellow strip, there's a little fire lane there. We have, I would estimate, probably 15 cars that will pull up and park in that fire lane. And that is not a great place for students to be getting out and walking around across grass in between cars. It's a fairly dangerous situation. We have not had any kind of accidents yet, and I'm glad to say that we haven't. That's not the kind of thing that I ever want to come back and say we have. We want a really safe drop-off, and the other schools have a drop-off. This came up because we had several parents who came forward to Allison and I and said, You need some sort of different system here. Chip Applewhite came out. He took a look at it. He said, every other school has a drop off. You should have a drop off. You need a safer system in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I have a few questions.
Sure.
Okay, so as a proud parent of an Armstrong graduate of the Best Nest, very familiar with this area. So, first question is if you could just scroll back to the kind of the initial rendering, that area that is in yellow, are you removing the curb and creating a pull-in, or you're leaving the curb?
Leave the curb and literally just mark it as no parking during those hours.
Okay, no parking during those hours. And would there be, I know there are little like white signs here, like on the slide, are there actually going to be signs that are going to say that?
Yep, we've spoken with our facilities department and we would want to have some sort of sign indicating that this is a no parking zone.
Okay, great.
And we've spoken to DPW.
Great. So if you could go to the other slide there. I love these changes, and I think there's more that needs to be done. I have been a traffic cop out there to the point where my daughter was cringing because of cars going wrong in the wrong direction, people parking on the opposite side, buses can't get through. This is not just a morning drop-off problem, and I'm sure you all know that, so I won't lecture. If we start up on West Street, closer to Fisher, there's, after the emergency access point, there is a pinch point there on that corner. It is barely enough for 2 cars to pass, let alone a school bus. That is during many parts of the day, including pickup, cars are going both ways. So I think we've got a couple of things. One is an enforcement issue. And I think if we're going to make any changes, the police need to be involved in this. And it's only going to take a handful of tickets for word to get out that the behavior needs to stop. And so I'd be fully supportive of that. I think that there needs to be very clearly marked signs as you're heading up by West Street toward Fisher, that is a no parking area. Now I think that there is a sign, no parking, people still park there. I'm not sure if they can't read. I'll reserve my comment. But we need better marking and even that, that it's, that you will be fined or something. But again, there's got to be enforcement because people are just going to do that. And it makes it very, very dangerous. I've seen near misses at that point where that black arrow is on West Street. Moving down toward, heading toward town. Yep, as you bring, okay, so keep going. Yep, keep going. Right about there is another pinch point. So yes, there are a bunch of, I understand kind of keeping the parking spaces available right in front of the tennis courts. That makes sense. But again, that's another place where during, active, I'm not talking about, you got a school event and people are parking all over the place. Like I get that. I'm talking about drop off and pick up. That I'm shocked someone hasn't been killed there. I really am. I think that the crosswalk needs to be better marked. Like I haven't been over there, probably in a couple weeks now, but while we're doing this work, like put that thing in neon paint. I don't know, but something needs to be done there. And then the signage on West Street what's the next crossover? Someone help me out. Whitney, thank you, from the townie. Again, I think it's yellow, but enforcement. I mean,
Are you talking about the do not enter during
the do not
school
enter.
hours? Yep.
And I think I think you guys really need to look at those hours. Is it right? Because, I've seen people stop like, oh, I had no idea. Really? Come on. Like, that's just a bunch of crap. It's very dangerous. I think there's some other improvements, including marking over by the fire lane there. No parking, striping, what have you. So I would encourage it because it's going to take one kid and we're all going to be very sad.
On the just a note on the enforcement part, we did just upgrade our security cameras on the perimeter of the school for kind of general safety reasons, but that does put us in a position where if we have reports, we're able to follow up, forward that information to the police department and have them follow up as well. So I think that is a helpful thing to know.
But I guess, look, I know you're the schools and you love kids and all that stuff, but sometimes like we have to be like tough with the parents who are supposed to be following the rules. Because if the parents don't follow the rules, then what message does that send for the kids? And so any change we're going to make, I feel like the police need to be in partnership and be out there and be a presence. I've been asking for this for years. My daughter is now 15. I'll leave it there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm supportive of this. It's a step in the right direction. It's not what you're asking for. I understand everything Shelby's saying. I think it's a discussion again with Officer Dappolite and back through the police department. But I think this is to me, from what I read, is a proper step. I agree with you. It's sad that we have to ask about enforcement. The signs are there. People should be following the rules. They don't. But that's enforcement. But I am supportive of what's being requested here.
All right. Thank you.
Well, I have a number of issues because I had 3 kids go through Armstrong. So I like the idea. One of my problems with Armstrong parent pickup was always half days, right? Like that one-way sign is marked certain hours, and half days you pick up at noon or 1 o'clock or whatever, and the street's two-way. So I don't expect this proposal to change that, but I always thought that was a problem. I used to be the guy shaking his finger no when somebody came up the street and embarrassing my kids. So I have all sorts.
No wonder why I like you so much, Mark.
Well, I went to Walmart and Wegmans the other day, and there was a car parked in the no parking zone, and I came home 2 hours later, and it was still there with no ticket on it, and I was going to call the police, but I thought Christy would get mad at me for going directly to them. But anyway, so
Wegmans is in Northborough.
I'm not that guy that
Have at it.
Anyway, the point is, I do think this is a good idea. My question is, are you going to take the children out the back exit, walk them down the sidewalk there, or are you planning on going out through that gated fence from the playground?
How we have it set up now, it would be similar to what we're doing presently. So students line up in this area right here. There's a back foyer. So these are what we call the West Street doors. Students all gather here, and currently what happens is families come up, they walk up, and they say, I would like my child, Bobby Smith. We would say, where's Bobby Smith? Bobby Smith comes out, meets his parents, and then walks down to the car. What we would do differently is in the morning, like I said, the child would exit the car, say goodbye before exiting the car, and come on up and enter these doors here. In the afternoon, what we've talked about so far is having staff on this sidewalk with walkies, and then a second staff member here with a walkie in the foyer. I've seen this done in other buildings where the staff member on the sidewalk, what we do is we would give out a very simple, bright placard, orange paper, and we would give it to every single parent, whether they're pickup or not, in case one day they choose to pick up at the end of the day. And it would have their last name on it. And what we would do is we would literally go down the line and we would say Smith, O'Brien, O'Neill, and we would read the names over the walkie, and that person in the foyer would say Smith, O'Brien, O'Neill. That child would come down, hop in the car would pull away.
Okay. So you've got room for 8 cars. What happens if the line goes longer than 8 cars? Do people bypass that and go park in the spaces? Do they turn left up Grant Road? Do they go into the fire lane, park, or even worse, go through the fire lane into the circle and try and get their kid from the front?
My hope is that we would be able to staff this area with a staff person who could help direct cars and keep them from parking in the wrong area, at least at the beginning of the year, probably with assistance from the school resource officer and the police department, so that we can establish a routine so that families know this is the system and this is what it's going to look like.
So I guess my only, you're assuming everybody's going to get there right on time. Now, as somebody who has a flexible schedule, I used to get there. It was like 20 minutes early, half an hour early, and I'd sit and wait till parent pickup came around, work in the car, then make some phone calls, whatever. If you get 8 or more people doing that, like your queue is full, and then more cars come, so I just don't know what happens in that case.
Yeah. What's that? Well, that is what we have right now. Yeah, we currently have about, like I said, 10 or 15 cars parking here, cars parking, on the side streets, waiting to be able to pick up their child. There are some families that do park on the side streets and they come and get their child and then they walk their child over to where their car is parked.
So are you still going to allow that?
On the side streets?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have an issue with that.
Okay, so they'd
Because-
still be able to come and do parent pickup.
Yeah,
Because
so-
obviously the people, there's walkers too.
There's
right?
actually quite a few. So
Yeah.
there are quite a few folks who are walking from, the surrounding neighborhood. Should they walk up? Wonderful. They can
Okay.
still come to the doors and they can say Bobby Smith. Bobby Smith comes out. But what we don't want them to do is we don't want them to pull up in their car, park and get out, because that's what really slows the process.
Right. I think I'm okay with this for kind of a trial basis and see what happens with it, but I do agree that enforcement is an issue, signage is an issue, possibly closing off that fire lane again. I don't know if it's still open. It's been a while since I used it, but
Well, I would just say as a select board, the traffic, specific traffic amendment here is sort of under our, this is why they're here this evening, and that the rest of this is up to you
Input
guys.
for you and, yeah.
So, but thank you. I guess you've heard comments
Is Patrick?
this evening. Patrick, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, just real quick, I want to thank Superintendent Borchers and Principal for coming tonight. And I want to thank you for putting together the memo with all of the information, a lot of homework that you all did and prepping that. And it answered a lot of my questions out of the gate. So thank you. Thank you for engaging with the neighbors in that area to get their perspective. I was pleasantly surprised to see that they're very supportive of this. I am very supportive of it. But I do have two questions for you, and I apologize if you already commented on this. Do you anticipate any requirements to do any street painting or signage in that area? And if so, second follow-up question would be, where will that cost be borne?
I missed the end of the question.
Wait,
Yeah.
yep.
Who's picking up the tab?
Yeah, we do, and I think we believe that the kind of cost estimates that we've seen are within the kind of manageable operating budget with our facilities department, if there's signage that is sort of ours to pay for.
And if it needs to be coordinated with the DPW, I'd imagine there's going to be a conversation that would be had between the schools and DPW to coordinate that work. And then a final just comment, I would just say, hearing from member Marshall and the other members in regards to that whole street there, West Street, is there, I think I'm hearing at least that there's not, an appetite from the select board to accept further enhancements and improvements in that area. And I would just throw out there, as you continue to look at that area, improving the safety there, is there a potential need to create a time-bound one-way street from Fisher down to Whitney? Would that be helpful? And I'm not a traffic expert. I don't know. But based on what I'm hearing tonight, it seems like there are a number of issues down there that need to be addressed. And this is certainly a step in the right direction.
it is.
It's already there.
Yeah. It is time bound
It
from
is time bound.
Fisher to Whitney.
Oh, it is. Okay. I
It's
guess I
already
didn't
one
know.
way.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sean, can I just ask one?
Sure.
And first of all, yes, I appreciate the tempering of my enthusiasm for West Street safety, recognizing that a lot of this is under the school's jurisdiction, and we have a role here. Where or have you looked at any of the safe routes to school? I just don't recall if an audit was done for Armstrong. I believe it was.
Yeah, I just don't have it off the.
I'm seeing from a member of our ATSC in the back. Yes. Okay. So if that conversation or that sharing of that information hasn't sort of been funneled through this process, I would encourage you to look at it, since that's work that's been done and done at, you know, with external resources. So I'm sure there's maybe some lessons there. So please reach out to the ATSC or that specific report. All right.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know, supportive of any opportunity to make it safer for our kids is drop off. So with that, does anybody want to make a
Sure.
motion?
I'll move to amend section 5-4 of the traffic rules and regulations by adding, in quotes, "on the westerly side from Grant Road to Fisher Street during school hours, except that this area may be used as a loading zone for the purpose of student arrival and dismissal," close quotes, following the existing language prohibiting parking on West Street.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
All right. Any further conversation?
Yeah, sorry. Just so this language then would seem to address my concern of I guess that would be the northern part or the westerly part of West Street to Fisher, because that entire area now is going to be considered a loading zone on the westerly side. Is that what everyone understands here?
Right now,
From Grant to Fisher.
From Grant Road, which is that, could you,
So the way it's written is no parking on West Street from Fisher to
Grant.
no, the way it's written is there's no parking from Fisher to
Grant Road?
yes.
the fire lane, I believe.
Section 5-4 for West Street says easterly side from Grant Road to Fisher Street. So we're adding this language.
Oh, that's the
following that.
easterly side.
That's all that's there right now.
Oh, so there's
There is no
No.
parking on the easterly side of
So-
the road.
right, but
Right.
what about the westerly side?
There is
What does it
parking
say?
allowed.
So even though
So that's
in
why
the
we're
area
changing that.
even in the area that's
Well,
That's
no
why you're
parking?
changing it.
Yeah, that's why we're changing it. Right now, it's
oh, no
allowed.
wonder that car didn't get a ticket.
no. But to Mark's point, I guess I just want to talk with the board about this. We're saying, can we go back? Patrick, I love seeing your face, but can we go back to the drawing? The Westborough TV, could you help us with the?
There we go.
Yep, there we go. So so as I'm looking at the screen here, where the crosswalk is, that's Grant.
Yes.
And we're saying on the westerly side, all the way to Fisher, is going to be no parking. It's going to be a loading zone only, all the way. That's what this language says,
Yes.
right? We agree?
Yes.
Board? Yeah. No.
Yeah, I don't.
Yes.
The
I mean,
language I just read
Well,
goes
it
to
goes
Fisher
further than
Street.
the yellow line. It goes all the way
It
up
goes
to
further
Fisher.
than the yellow line. So I know that you're going to designate a loading zone here, but this language would say it's all the way to Fisher Street is no parking on this side. This is a loading zone only.
Yes.
It's not going to say loading zone. The loading zone is the yellow part. It's no parking all the way up.
So basically, we're saying no parking
Understood.
easterly
Yes.
and westerly side, Grant
Yes.
to Fisher.
Right.
Albeit they may be able to use.
Yeah, I think we need to be more specific than that. I think we should say
No.
no parking from the loading zone to
I think.
Fisher.
I think. This is
No,
better.
no. There's no. It's
request
Grant is the end of that yellow.
Yeah.
And it goes all the way up to Fisher, no parking.
But where I was going with this is we already have easterly parking. Ian, can you read that language,
Yes, basically
please?
easterly from Grant Road to Fisher is not allowed.
So what we're saying though is they could park on the easterly side from Grant to Whitney.
Yes. Right now they could.
So my suggestion would be to further amend this to not allow the parking on those sides during,
I think it should be the easterly side from Whitney to Fisher.
That-
No parking at all.
So the only thing under consideration tonight is the westerly side, because that's what's on the agenda.
I think in practice, nobody.
Thank you. Fair point. All right. Well, then we'll have to maybe take this back.
Well, and I think the point of
Can
not
I-
having it on the easterly side is you don't want kids crossing that street.
We don't want them crossing the road.
No, I know that, but by allowing the parking, and I'm just saying that it becomes a madhouse over there. But Christie already said we can't consider that.
You already can't, you already can't park from Grant to Fisher on the easterly side.
Right, but you can park from Grant to Whitney
Okay.
on the easterly side.
But the question we have to remember here, though, is
So-
right now you can never, not during school hours, you cannot park on the easterly side from Grant to Fisher. What's being asked here is you can never, during the summer when schools are closed, you cannot park from Grant, either side of West Street from Grant to Fisher.
No, so the currently, all year round, all the time, you can't park on the easterly side from Grant to Fisher. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
And then,
Yes.
but the westerly, what's in your motion tonight is just about school hours.
Sorry.
School
That
hours.
is
So
correct.
with that
So,
said,
so that's where I have a problem,
Yes.
right? Because that section at the beginning, or I'm sorry, I guess that's the end of West, because that's the higher numbers. At the end of West where it meets Fisher, I don't think people should be allowed to park on the east or the west side. It's too skinny.
Well, they can't park at all
They
during the east
can't
side.
now. They
They
can't.
could park there on the west side during non-school hours.
And I think that's a problem.
Right.
So we can
Well,
take
you-
that up later, but
Well, you
that's-
could, the west, if you wanted to say no parking on West Street from Grant to Fisher, you could do that.
I
I
ask a
think
question?
the schools have put in a certain amount of effort here to bring this forward to us. I think we should go with their recommendation, and then we can reassess it once it's been implemented.
well,
I just want to
Sean,
read
if
the,
can I ask a question? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is this, right now, what's been identified to us is the yellow section as being the request. However, in the language in the motion that was just given, it extends that beyond the fire lane all the way up to Fisher Street. First of all, I have not heard that as part of the actual request as the plan, because I didn't hear any conversation about allowing parents to drop off in that section of West Street. So my question would be to the principal and the superintendent, are they only looking from the yellow area? Are they only requesting the yellow area? And if that is the case, then we should modify the motion to only specify from the fire lane to the existing parking that's already on the west side of West Street,
Yeah.
or the tennis courts. Because I would agree with Mark.
So-
I do
so
not
I-
think we want parking drop off or otherwise near Fisher Street.
I actually think the motion's fine because as long as you designate where the loading zone is, you'll be fine.
Yes.
So it'll be no parking from Fisher to where the.
Grant, where the crosswalk is.
So what I call the fire lane is that little side entrance
Yes.
to get back.
There'll be no
right?
parking there.
So there'll be no parking there because it'll be marked no parking. And the loading zone will be marked, loading zone with an arrow pointing. What is that, south on West Street? I don't know. My directions are terrible. There'll be an arrow pointing towards Whitney Street, saying this is where the designated
Mark, you're
loading zone.
So Mark, you're okay with parking up near Fisher on the west side of West Street?
No, it's not being allowed.
It's just not going to
So,
be.
but people are going to queue there. That's the concern. People are going to queue in that area.
Yeah, but
They
it's
can't
a
because
it's
they're
a
already
one-way
past the
street.
loading zone.
Yeah,
They can't,
well,
it's a one-way street.
They can queue there, but they'll be in their cars, and it's a one-way street.
So they have
Okay.
no way to unload.
I thought people were talking about it being a bottleneck. So if people are okay with having people.
Well, it's not
queue
going to be a
there-
bottleneck if
bottleneck.
it's a one-way street. It's the enforcement issue on making sure nobody's coming from the other direction.
Correct.
And then I did mention half-days, but let's not go there.
Yeah.
So maybe
Okay.
that sign
Thank
needs
you.
to be
That
marked.
answers my question.
Yep.
Just to add to that, I think they're going to have, like you just said, they're going to have to queue there. They're going to, we would have to say, we can't park, but cars are going to queue there. They're going to be in their vehicle and they're going to be slowly moving up the line as we're getting kids in cars in the loading zone.
So I may be overstepping.
Yeah.
Okay. There will still be an issue with queuing at that turn headed on the Fisher after the fire lane. When you have buses coming through there, I forgot the cycle in the morning, but certainly in the afternoon. That corner, cars are passing within this of a bus that is going by. So even queuing in that area And technically, if you look at our parking is even if you're sitting in a vehicle. It's not queuing, it's parking. So I mean, and then you get into enforcement. So if someone is there and they're like sitting in their car, they're like, oh, I'm waiting to
Sorry, but where are you talking about?
the west side or the northern
But
side,
why would they
right
be
here.
queuing there because they can't get their kids?
Because they're queuing, they're coming down Fisher. In this, yes, that's the way the traffic flows.
Yeah.
It flows from
comes
Fisher.
Fisher.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
So
yeah,
if there's
yeah,
8
that's okay.
cars, they're gonna stop there.
Yeah,
But they
yeah.
do that already, and they park and they get out and
And they
go
park and they
their
get out.
kid.
So this is definitely an improvement with a loading zone. So I'm all for that. I think we've got to be really mindful of that portion of West Street. And again, that's where I'm going to go back to.
Well, that's why I think it's a trial run, Shelby. I mean, if things start backing up on the Fisher and buses are trying to take a turn and can't do it for
Yeah.
10 minutes, we're going to hear, we're going to maybe.
But it sounds like they're probably doing that now. That's the issue.
That's what's currently happening.
So we're trying to
So
fix
this is only going to be an enormous improvement, and there may be some fine tuning afterwards, but I think you're going to remove a whole lot of cars from queuing because there's going to be space for them to load and get their kids quickly.
Now, is staff supportive of this? Because I know, like, there's usually one teacher designated for parent pickup, and now you're going to need at least 2.
Yeah, we're probably going to need several, in fact, especially at the beginning.
Yeah.
The first few weeks of school is always all hands on deck.
Oh, yeah, until the parents figure it out.
Yeah.
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 That may take half the year.
I think the bigger concern was, the loss of 5 or 6 spaces. We did check the number of spaces that are actually available for parking across the 2 buildings, Gibbons and Armstrong. There's 15 additional extra spaces beyond our staff capacity when we have all staff in the building, including even traveling staff. So we don't see that as an issue. Just to really prove that point, I went out on, I believe it was the day after, I think it was February 2nd or 3rd, the first big snowstorm that we had. We had probably 1.5 feet of snow. We lost probably 4 or 5 different parking spaces. DPW does a wonderful job, but they don't get every single space perfectly clear, which does take some of our spaces. I walked around with a video camera and just to check like how much do we actually have available here. We still had a significant number of open parking spaces available to us.
All right, so we have a motion, and did we have a second?
I don't think we had a second.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark
Okay.
seconded? Amanda,
he
thank
did.
you very
Aye,
much. All right, any further comments? Roll call vote, and the amendment was as stated in our packet.
Yes.
Roll call vote, Patrick?
Welch, yes.
Shelby?
Marshall, yes, with the understanding we're watching this.
So yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Ian?
Johnson, yes.
Mark?
Silverberg, yes.
Keo, yes. All right, 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sean, I have to step away for a minute, but please carry on. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Item number 9, a school town efficiency study, request for proposals.
So this document is essentially what you saw in your last packet with the amendments that were provided by the select board. School committee did not provide any changes to this point. I did send it to town council and just before this meeting received some updates. So I'm requesting that you approve the document with the caveat that if there are any substantive changes from town council, which I did not see any, or from the school committee who's going to be taking this up tomorrow night, it would come back to you.
So just to be, sorry. John, that's the
Yes,
question.
go ahead.
So from what you just said, did the school committee get our suggested changes or they just haven't?
They'll see them tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. Or maybe they've seen them in their packet, but they haven't discussed them.
Okay.
All right, comments from anybody? Looking forward to executing on this, getting the proposal out there, and hopefully have responses by summertime so we can execute on this. So I know that Patrick was involved in the writing, so we don't need, need to wait for him on this. Anybody else?
I would move to approve the request for proposal for the school town efficiency study, subject to any changes made by the school committee or town council deemed to be non-substantive.
Okay, thank you.
Who's doing the deeming? By town manager?
Yes.
Yes,
Can we just amend that to?
Sure.
they're non-substantive, so it's okay.
Deemed by the town manager.
Deemed by
to
the
be-
town manager or the chair.
Sure.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yep.
That's fine.
All right, so I'll second it as amended.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
And Keo, yes, 4-0. Okay. Next, item number 10, Active Transportation and Safety Committee mission and next steps. We have members of the committee here today.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, yes, please go ahead.
So for what, as one of the board's FY26 goals, it was to review the Active Transportation and Safety Committee's mission. So I provided, this committee was established as this particular titled committee back in 2020, when we had brought together formerly the BPAC committee, or the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and the Public Safety Committee. And so we've gone through a couple different iterations of what the mission is of this committee, as well as the makeup of the committee. Previously had a lot of staff on it, now is 5 members of the public. One thing that has changed since the last time you looked at the mission is the hiring of an assistant town planner with a focus on transportation. So though that committee is appointed by the select board, it has been staffed for the past year or so by the assistant town planner, whose again responsibility is affordable housing and transportation. So you have in your packet sort of that history, as well as the assistant town planner's job description. You also have in your packet a proposed for discussion amended mission that was worked on by myself, the chair and vice chair, with the intent really to focus this committee as advisory to the select board, because there has been over time a lot of sort of movement towards advising and working with the planning board, which obviously is a separately elected board. You also have in your packet a amended mission that was provided by the chair of the Active Transportation Committee. They talked about it at their meeting on May 11th. We didn't know that when we put ours together, but I do think, and as was identified by the chair, there's some overlap and some differences certainly. So that's really for your discussion tonight.
All right, Christy, thank you very much. So, and I may start here. When I think we got together to discuss sort of modifications to the responsibilities, I think one of the conclusions we came to was, as the select board.
Sorry, Sean, could you just specify who's we?
Yes,
yeah, sorry.
yes. The town manager, myself, and Vice Chair Silverberg. When we got together to discuss this, I mean, one of the things that we were focused on was a lot of the responsibilities that we had originally assigned to the Active Transportation and Safety Committee were focused on working with either Director of Planning or this new role, or making recommendations to the Planning Board. And as a board created and staffed by the select board, that seemed to not be appropriate to us, for us to then sort of push that on another elected board. So many of the changes we're recommending here today are sort of related to those requirements that were originally provided, where we had assigned them to select board and saying now instead making those recommendations back to us, which is more appropriate of a committee actually created by the select board.
Yeah.
What comments do you have?
I mean, I think when this committee was created, I think Sean made it clear, there was no assistant town planner charged with transportation duties. And recently, we signed a memorandum of agreement with the planning board on kind of a delineation of roles. And this committee really seemed to go against that to me. Not against the mission does, not the committee, right? Like, I mean, I don't want to point to the committee, but the mission seemed contradictory in a number of areas and kind of undermine that memorandum of agreement that we created and agreed to with the planning board. And I would like to kind of delineate their role better. And I also feel like there was a lot of interaction directly with town staff that maybe this board didn't know about. And I felt like that might be something that we needed to make more clear in the mission. Not that they can't interact with town staff, but it should be a coordinated effort with the select board and the town manager's office.
So we can walk through some of those changes here.
Do you want me to put it up?
Yeah, that'd be great.
So,
Can I say, go ahead, no, you go first.
so before we walk through the changes, I think, first of all, I think having a committee that works on and advocates for safety, for active transportation as defined, and thank you to the Transportation Safety Committee for providing this, is both for pedestrian and cycling. I think having a committee that does that from the lens of the kind of the user, people that are enthusiasts about being on the road and biking and so on and so forth, I think that work is very important. So that sort of my mindset is we need a group that does this kind of work. My struggle at this point is because we have an assistant town planner and the planning director and the nature of the planning board is like all transportation is inclusive of that. It seems that a committee that reports to the select board may be ill-placed. So I think the fundamental thing we have to decide here before we get into the, kind of the language of the committee composition is it the right alignment for this committee to be advisory to the select board? If we determine it is, then the language of the policy, not the policy, the roles and responsibility become very relevant. If it isn't, then for lack of a better way, we should set that committee free and perhaps write a recommendation to the planning board or the planning director, or I guess it would be the planning board, to say, this is what we're thinking. We really feel like this committee is better suited for oversight and reporting responsibility into the planning board, and, move that committee alignment there. So I think this board has to make that decision first before we get into all the semantics, which we're great at doing, and all the, myself included, about the language itself. Again, I want to be very clear. I think the many of the things, complete streets oversight, safe routes to school, we were just talking about that, providing input around site plan and special permits, all of that I think is very important, and having a committee to do that is important. I think part of our struggle has been, like, they've really kind of been sitting in between particularly even with the assistant town planner supporting them, they're sitting in between two boards, and in many ways I feel like it's kind of unfair to them. So that to me is the first question before our board.
Yeah, can I?
So
So I envisioned possibly Pat's back on. Okay. You know, I had thought of the same thing, Shelby, and that you know, the planning board has a design review subcommittee, right? And possibly doing an active transportation subcommittee. And the design review is staffed, or, you know, hopefully populated by certain members of, you know, downtown or an architect. I mean, they have some requirements there. And that, you know, that might be something the planning board would want to do regardless of what we do with our mission or with this committee's mission. But I feel like there's circumstances, and we just saw one that unfortunately never went to active transportation, but that school loading zone, you know, I mean, isn't that active transportation committee, shouldn't they have weighed in on that? And why wasn't it sent to them? You know, I don't understand. So, so that's something we, you know, that never would have gone to the planning board, I don't think, right? And if there was a planning board subcommittee that made a recommendation to the planning board on that, it would still have to come to us, and I would want recommendations. You know, and you know, we didn't get any tonight, but you know, I think that's an oversight, personally.
Yeah, and I want to be clear in my comments. I'm not necessarily saying I might be convinced either way, planning versus select board. I just feel like we've got to make that decision. Like, what lane does this group appropriately fall under? And then their mission becomes in the tweaking of it, even around things like how are site plan comments and recommendations made, or questions, right? Is that as a standalone body, or does it follow through as part of the work that we're doing because they're advisory to us, and then that becomes part of our packet or consideration? So,
Well, I think that's one of the, most of our recommendations were along the line of, you know, instead of sending comments directly to the planning board on new projects, they would send comments to the select board.
no, I understand that, but I would like to hear from, and I'll be quiet, I would like to hear from the rest of the board as to what is the appropriate alignment of this committee. Is it with the select board, or is it with, I don't think there's any other, with the planning board. And again, we can't tell the planning board what to do. We could make a recommendation.
Sean, if I could jump in?
Yes, go ahead there, Patrick.
So thank you, Mark and Shelby, for your comments, and thank you to the ATSC for the work that they've done over the years. And, you know, Shelby, you really hit the nail on the head here in regards to, I think, the challenges that the ATSC has faced. And you present a really interesting question that I had not fully thought of in my, you know, but as I hear it from you, it really makes me think. And the first question in my mind really has to be one of the questions you asked, as to what is their role? Are they advisory or are they a directive? And I think they are advisory. To me, they are clearly advisory, similar to other committees that fall under the select board to this day that we take into consideration, whether it be the trustees of the social memorial board. Then to your second question in regards to what board do they, you know, more naturally or more effectively fall under? You know, my initial thought on that was select board. And as I continue to think about it, I think that while there are certainly many aspects of planning that touch ATSC, the vast amount of that work would likely need to come through the select board at some point in time, whether it's easements that are needed, whether it's grant funding that's required, whether it's just approvals to move forward on certain topics or engagements, as were said earlier, with different departments. I think that really falls under the authority of the select board. I see a dotted line, and I hope that that has been clarified through our MOU with the planning board as to what our roles and responsibilities and our relationship with the planning board are. And that will continue over time. And they should unless through this discussion I see better arguments, I think that they should remain under the select.
All right, hey, thanks, Patrick. You were breaking up there a little bit. I don't know what that last sentence was you had right before, relationships with the
I
board.
think the
Can
punchline
you hear me
was,
okay now?
Select board.
Yeah, okay.
The punchline was, I think that they are advisory and that they should be under the select board unless I hear a better argument in this discussion.
Got it. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we've, in sort of what we put together here as a proposal tonight, we've kind of carved out what is sort of within the authority of the select board in looking to get sort of their contribution and their thoughts on these items and helping us to support these capabilities. And we can go through these. I think if folks think that this should then belong to the planning board, my understanding is that then we could make a recommendation to the planning board, but really we would be then disbanding this board and making a recommendation that the planning board then recreates some form of this board in support of their initiative, how their vision for the committee. So I just want to confirm that understanding with folks. That is.
yeah, no, and that to me is absolutely a downside, because then you lose momentum on, and then it's reconstituting the committee and what is the charge of it. So that definitely has, I mean, it could come to light in a new form that is even more aligned and purposeful than it already is, or it
Could cease to exist.
Right.
Correct.
Right. Well, it would formally probably have to cease to exist, because we would have to take action to say we're no longer going to have this be an advisory board. And then it would be a letter like across the street, and they would determine what to do with it
Or not do.
or not do.
Okay. Yes.
No, I've been quiet because you have raised some really good points that I hadn't fully thought about. So in looking at what we saw tonight, I agree, because it put things back under what would be a committee that we create under the select board to report back into the select board, and certain things, because of the changes, didn't make sense. Didn't think about doing the planning board, but I think you've highlighted the risk there is that we could either keep two committees or keep ours and then recommend they create one. We could disband ours, recommend they create one. There's no guarantee that anything will happen, and then are we letting things that are important not get done is my big concern there. I had one question just to hit is, so I don't remember the timing of this, but as we all know, site plan and that work fell to the select board, and we looked to the planning board prior to give us recommendations. We changed that a couple of years ago. I believe that may have been after the charge was to the ATSC, but I guess I'm asking that question because the language here as an advisory board to us, since we aren't the final say in site plan that we used to be, it would be that they report to us, and then we make, as we do today, we make recommendations or our thoughts to the planning board, and they can take them or not take them. That's again their call, but that's a decision that we made, feeling that that was the right final spot for site plan review, right, as opposed to the select board. But I don't recall if this change really was in place because they would report to the planning board, who then would send it to us as a select board as the final approving authority for site plan. I don't know.
I think that we added them. I think that there was like an informal sort of process where members of that committee were providing input, but they weren't always seeing everything. And so we officially added that as a responsibility of the committee to put them on that review list. I think when we updated to the most recent mission, I believe that that's the case.
So they're because what, if I understand what's changed is right now, their mission or their activities is provide comments to the planning board. And we're changing that to provide comments to the select board.
Well, that could be one.
Right.
Well, that's in the proposal.
In the
this year.
proposal.
Yeah. So, right. So the planning board sends it out to multiple departments and then also the ATSC for review.
Right. Then again, I would be fine with changing back to the planning board its comments. A lot of boards provide comments on site plan review.
So Mark had his hand up.
No, I mean, I guess in an ideal world, and I'm, I've only been dealing with this for a year, right? And I dealt a little bit with it on planning board, but not from this role. So, in an ideal world, I feel like if a active transportation project comes into us, we would refer it to this committee and they would vet it out. They would talk about no parking zones and one-way streets, and if bike racks were placed, they would make recommendations or vet the locations that were, and they would make a recommendation to us on all of this. And they would kind of be the first stop for these projects so that we wouldn't have to spend an hour in a select board meeting doing this stuff, that we would be able to say, okay, this has been through a couple of vetting processes and we've got here the final, and maybe we would still have questions or maybe we wouldn't, but maybe a lot of those questions that we have, would get out of the way. And I don't think that's happening right now at all, but that's how I vision the structure of it to work. And I don't want to pass it off to the planning board because the planning board can make recommendations, but at some point the control of the streets transfers to us, and we have to vote to whether or not to do no parking or to make something one way or or
Put a striping.
change the rotary, right? Yeah. Sorry. But I feel like it should start with that committee. Like it should start with somebody coming in and saying, well, we want to get on the select board agenda, and then if it's an active transportation project, I think we should ask them to weigh in, give us a recommendation, and we don't have to follow that recommendation because it's an advisory committee, but it should carry weight with us. So I would like to see it work that way, and I don't think that they should be dealing directly with planning department unless the planning department approaches them and says, we want your opinion, and that should be done through the town manager's.
So I think to the point of the boards reporting in on, or the bodies, excuse me, that comment on site plan review, those entities that comment directly, the reviewers are the Board of Selectmen, Building Commissioner, Conservation, that's a department, not the committee, the Fire Chief, Board of Health, and by Board of Health, that is usually the director, not the Board of Health, Planning Board, obviously, Police Chief, Public Works and Engineering, the Town Clerk, Active Transportation Safety, School Department, and DPW. So the ATSC is the only non-elected board, first of all, and non-town department that is providing comments directly to site plan. So I think that we can, I think we can raise that voice and address some of the, maybe the missteps. And Mark, thank you for kind of pointing out on even just this Armstrong project, raise that voice by running those comments, funneling them through us, we receive them, and then we determine, yes, we also want to include those comments.
And I think that's one of the recommendations.
Yeah, it is one of the recommended, but I wanted the board and the public to be aware that, again, Sustainable Westborough might provide input through the building commissioner or conservation, but they're not formally presenting their comments to the planning board. And so I do think that that's something that if we are going to continue to have this group be advisory to us that we do need to change. So I would definitely be in favor of that. So, and it sounds like the board wants to make the changes. I'm not 100%. I'm hearing, let's make the changes and keep them advisory to the select board. Is that what the majority of the board is saying? I don't know.
I made the recommendation, so that's what I'm saying.
Shelby, that is what I'm saying.
That's what I noted. Patrick, you were in that column. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is the proposal that Mark and I were involved
Okay.
with.
Okay. So, so that's a majority of the board. So thank you. So we can continue with the specific comments. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear of the future of this committee.
No, I thank you very much. I mean, obviously that was question number one, right? And until we answer that question, I would say and we have sort of components that we've considered here. I'd be willing to amend these. I would say at this point, we're fairly behind on our agenda. I don't know how long it would take us to actually come to a decision on all these. If we want to push a final vote until our next meeting, I would be fine with that, but I'll take thoughts from the board.
Yeah, I would appreciate that just because we did get comments. I have not had a chance to review them fully. I want to be able to review. I think it makes sense for us to make changes, but also take in comments from the committee to review that. And, maybe it is discussions through the chair and vice chair, if questions, whatever. I'm here to advise committee. I agree that if it's a committee that we're still asking to do stuff, it has to be something that fits under our jurisdiction, and we're not tasking them to do things that on behalf of the planning board or work with the planning board when we can't tell the planning board what to do. That's not our responsibility. Would have to be communication and agreement and memos of understanding or whatever there. Absolutely can be done, but I just think it's understanding that I would appreciate just having more time to review the comments that were provided to us. I know they weren't able to vote on them either, so we know they're preliminary from discussions on their side. So that I would actually like to request that we don't vote on it tonight. I know we've been talking about it for a while, but I do think taking their feedback into account makes sense.
Okay. Any other comments related to that?
I'm going to agree with that.
I would just say I'm okay with holding off on that discussion based on our time tonight. And also, I think we do need to go through those 6 items as a board and wordsmith them a little bit at our next opportunity.
Okay.
So what I would ask, I know members of the ATSC are here tonight. I know, again, they discussed it. They didn't make sort of a recommendation. So to those members that are here, what we're saying is we want to continue this committee. We want to continue it being advisory to the select board. And so with that and the work you've already done, I would say that we would ask you, when is your next meeting? June 15th. Okay. So maybe between now and then, as I would be comfortable with Sean or Mark having conversations with the chair and vice chair, however, and just to make sure that they're ready to go for their meeting to kind of then create recommendations back to us.
Well, that committee already had a meeting where they met and discussed their mission, and
Right.
that we got some
We got that.
recommendations
Yep.
just recently. And I think one of the things that Sean and I need to do is go back and go through those and see whether any of those need to be incorporated in our, or how they would be incorporated. Some of them may already be incorporated. Right?
Yeah.
But I see some suggestions on here that
And there were some things
that
missing.
make sense to me.
Yeah, there were some things that as I quickly looked through it, they were recommending, which didn't kind of make our initial list. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I think Sean and I can go through that, and if we can reach out to the chair of that committee, I don't necessarily know if we want to wait till after the 15th to take this discussion up yet, but I'm not, I'd like to get it right.
Meeting?
So,
Next the 9th.
Our next meeting's on the 9th.
Yeah, I'd like to get it right the first time. But Mark, your plan sounds correct.
yeah.
Okay.
So maybe we,
Okay.
Maybe we talk about it again on the 9th and table it again, or it's
Well, I'd
up
like
to
to-
Sean when he wants to
You-
put
I
it on
think
the agenda
those-
again, so.
Sorry to interrupt. I think that makes sense. Take it back and then you decide, or the chair decides, whether it's ready for our agenda for the 9th or
It needs to go, yeah.
whether it goes
That makes
after
sense,
their
yeah.
vote. So I would
Okay.
hate to put stuff on you, but you started it, so I'll let you finish it.
Yeah, yeah. Signed up
Yeah,
for
with,
this.
with the,
Good.
with the understanding that, I think it's important, and I appreciate you guys doing all this work and liaisoning, if you will, back with the committee. I think at the end of the day, we all have to be obviously comfortable with the language that, so I don't want you to feel like the language you're bringing forward to us is fully baked in stone. I think it's important because you're 2 people of a 5-person board.
We are not a quorum.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So
Well,
thank you. So we will.
Sean, there's a committee member. I don't know if there's a question.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes.
Don Byrne, one of the original members of the Bicycle and Pedestrian and all the way through. And one thing I think would help you folks is if you look at the League of American Bicyclists actually looked at bicycle and pedestrian and active transportation type committees across the country. And the other thing that we were informed on what are your duties, but that isn't necessarily what our the structure of, do we do everything through you folks or whatever, that was never, and that is part of our challenge right now. Even now, because we meet monthly, we lots of times cannot respond in time or quickly to a site plan review or something like this. If we then have to come back to you, we're talking a 2-month cycle, at which point the developer is either going to be very upset because you're changing things or something. And these committees actually deal with a large number of departments. I mean, we do with the schools, safe routes to schools. We should be at some point, we've worked with them, we've helped with schools on this, on things like bike buses or getting the kids riding and things like this. Recreation, doing rides, planning, DPW because of their specifications and questions. It's a lot of different things. And I'm saying before you lock down that we do everything through you folks, think about, do you want to have all that funnel or what you want to do? And it might be worth at least looking at stuff like the League of American Bicyclists and how they have approached it. I can tell you that when they reorganized Framingham, they dropped the committee for a little bit, then they brought it back, and the committee was trying to pass up to the city council, hey, wait a minute, you guys haven't, DPW hasn't forgot about these grants that the bike committee had gotten. Well, it was a 3-year grant. They got the first 500,000, but the other 2 million that was coming along in the next 2 years got dropped on the floor, and Framingham lost $2 million that way. There's been a number of things like that you can see if you talk to other bike advisory committees, where you need to have a flow, and I don't know what the answer is. I think back to, I was chair for 5 years in a couple of different times for open space, and we were dealing with planning, we were dealing with you folks, we were dealing with conservation, we were dealing with a lot of different groups. Admittedly, that was a town-appointed different structure, not an advisory committee, but I ask you to think about all that because the task spread in a lot of different ways, and it's not one individual thing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate those thoughts. Okay. So we will come back on either the 9th or the 23rd, depending on comments and what we come back with. So, thank you. Moving on to item number 11, the fire chief hiring process.
Yep, so you have a memo in your packet, similar to the memo that I provided when we were filling the role of police chief a few years ago. The board has some options available to you. Specifically, the charter requires that if for filling this position, there be a search committee. And so if there's a search committee, it could be the board could make themselves a search committee, or excuse me, you would appoint a search committee. The advantage of appointing a search committee is that they would be able to do an initial round of interviews and assessments in executive session, which is typically preferable to a candidate who doesn't know if they're going to make it to the finalist round. In terms of searches, you're able to do an external search. That would be similar to searches we've done in the past for DPW director, town manager, the former police chief before Chief Minardi, and our current fire chief. You also have available to you the opportunity to do an internal search where you would limit candidates to existing members of the Westborough Fire Department. In your packet, you'll see that there's some highlighted language in there. I highlighted it because it was new for the final draft that was in your packet today. Specifically, any search committee has to bring forward a minimum of 2 candidates under the law. This actually, in talking to town council, he actually said that it would be in your best interest to require 3 in case someone were to withdraw, because we've had that before where there's a withdrawal and then it becomes very complicated because then you only have 1 candidate you can bring forward, which you're not supposed to do. If you were to do an internal search, this is also highlighted that I didn't have in there before, but you could limit applicants to those in supervisory ranks within the Westborough Fire Department. So that would be the deputy, captain, and lieutenant, understanding that a chief would need to have experience supervising employees. So this is all available to you. If you were to move forward with a search at a subsequent meeting, you would need to appoint the search committee. We'll work on a review of the job description as we always do, as well as a job ad. A search will take about 3 to 4 months. At this level, we typically will post it for at least a month. And then in addition to the search committee reviewing initial applications, we have in the past hired an assessment center to come in. I think that worked really well for the community. And then there are, certainly other things that could happen in advance of the final interview in front of the board.
All right, Christy, thank you very much. We do have our fire chief here today. Chief, I don't know if you wanted to say a few words or. Okay. And first, before you start, may I just say thank you for all that you have done for the town of Westborough. You will be sorely missed, but we congratulate you on your retirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So as I always start off, my name is Patrick Purcell and I serve as your fire chief here in the town of Westborough. As you know, my retirement date is effective August 9th, 2026 as of this year. I just wanted to say that I'm very thankful to the select board for giving me an opportunity to serve as your fire chief since 2015. It's been an incredible experience and something that I just think I'm truly blessed to do. I can't say thank you enough to the various boards and committees that I've worked with on a regular basis, such as yourselves, the Finance Committee, Capital Expenditure Committee, but most of all to the legislative body here in Westborough, who they really, I think, I had really a good connection with them, and I think that they trusted a lot of decisions that I and the department made, and I just really can't say thanks enough. What I had to say about going forward is, I don't think in one time coming before you, and you can go back and revisit any YouTube video about any meeting I've ever spoken at, I have never, ever said I. I have always said that the accomplishments made or that of the department or the organization or the town
however else I phrased it, and that's because it was 100% true. I never did anything by myself here at the fire department or for the town of Westborough. It was all team effort. I have exemplary employees, and without them, we wouldn't have achieved some of the successes that I'm just going to highlight right now so you have something to think about before you make your decision. So since 2015, we've done, and I'm not going to do everything, just some of the bigger things. We've established a joint public safety dispatch between the police and the fire department. If you remember at the beginning, there was police officers and police dispatchers, and then the firefighters dispatched at the fire station. I'm sorry, they're very busy tonight, as you can hear out there. We've really taken advantage of a code red system and made it a robust tool to better communicate with the community. We were probably the only department that had to literally step forward into the face of COVID-19, and where a lot of people got to take a backseat approach a little bit and work from a distance on Zoom or set up policies where they weren't interacting with the public, where we jumped right in and assisted the public health department and vaccinated us collaboratively with some of our other neighboring communities, over 20,000 people. We really did a great job managing the emergency management here in town. We have an up-to-date comprehensive emergency management plan, hazard mitigation plan, hazardous materials plan, and we have a great team on our local emergency planning committee to interface public and private partnerships relative to hazardous materials. We've also, and this really, I can't speak enough about the department itself and the people that work there. We've probably written over and gotten over $20 million in grant funding. Writing the grants is not necessarily the hardest part, it's the management of them after. And I have an unbelievable staff that helps us to navigate through procurement and training and getting equipment into place. And without them, wouldn't have happened. We've done between 25 and 30 million in revenue, primarily from EMS billing. We've increased our staffing from 8 firefighters a shift to 11. That's not easy. More employees does not make the job easier, really, but it is necessary for the public. We've been really good partners to our businesses in town, and I think that was important after I became the chief, and to be really great with the residents. And I'm proud to say that in 11 years, we've only had one grievance at the department, and I completely understand it. We have great labor relations and really a good relationship with Local 3070. And that one grievance that was filed was really in an effort to protect process and make sure that because of a significant incident that the town and the employee were being taken care of in a very fair way. And I think it was a positive outcome for everyone. So I could keep going on about lists, but at the end of the day, the taxpayers in this town have invested a lot of money in the staffing in the staff itself at the fire department. We have numerous firefighters with master's degrees now, bachelor's degrees, associate's degrees. Many of our senior staff are credentialed as fire chiefs already. They have certifications in Fire Officer 1, Fire Officer 2, 3, 4, Fire Instructor 2, like a lot of the things that are real prerequisites to do this job. There's some people that are very well credentialed to step forward. They're way smarter than me. They're better people than me. And I mean, that's really been the key to my whole success, is to build a department with people that are better than me, so that, you know, the organization prevails. And I think we were very, very lucky. I've had the really good fortune in this town to serve on a lot of hiring committees, everywhere from the town manager, police chiefs, DPW, public health, senior center. I can keep going on. It's been more than 10, finance, some in multiple positions. You asked me for my opinion the last time here publicly at the select board meeting about the process for the police department, and I stand by what I said. They have an unbelievable organization, and they have depth for decades within their ranks to serve as the police chief in that organization. I'm here to tell you, at the fire department, we are no different. The culture is strong, the culture is good. The traditions are being maintained, all while moving the department forward. Morale is high. They recently settled their contract. Everybody is on cloud nine, and really the department is doing well. And I think you see that in the delivery of service that we bring to Westborough, to the taxpayers, to the community, to the patrons, all the way around. And I think if I sat back, which I have over the last couple of weeks, I cannot think of one reason to go outside. There are very good candidates at the fire department. I heard about the 3 minimum. There are at least 3 that I know are interested in this job, and I believe it's probably pushing 5 or 6. But I can't think, if I was a consultant working for you, I can't think of a reason that you would go outside. Everything we do at the fire department is based on risk. We drop our staffing to 9, we increase risk. We build more housing, our risk goes up. If you introduce somebody from the outside, you don't necessarily know what you're always going to get. Assessment centers are great, interviews are great, but you also jeopardize a lot of the things that I'm talking about with culture and morale. And right now, I think the delivery that you get out of service from the fire department, EMS, dispatch, I think is very high, and I think that's something that I have never overlooked, and I appreciate. I think the taxpayers appreciate. And that's what I have to offer.
Chief, thank you very
Thanks.
much. All right, with that, I open it up the floor for comments. Thoughts? And let me say, we're really having discussion tonight. We're not necessarily looking to a decision tonight.
Yeah, I didn't, excuse me, I didn't provide you with a draft motion because I thought that you would want to take it in and take some time. Probably at the next meeting, we would be ready with an ad. So we would want to obviously be clear in the ad if it was only available to internal candidates.
Sorry, if it's internal, do we have an ad?
We would post it for the,
It would still need to be
It would-
posted
Yeah.
as internal.
Yep.
Okay,
it would be different, basically.
got it.
So, Sean, if I may?
Oh, yeah, I'll give Mark.
Oh,
here.
I'm
He
sorry.
had his
Go
hand
ahead,
I'm sorry.
Shelby.
No,
Go
no, go.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm a firm believer in promoting from within, given if there's a qualified and capable and candidate, and I think that, I would prefer the internal search. I think it's worked out for us in the police department. It worked out for us with Pat in the first place. It worked out in the rec department, sort of. No, just kidding. No, but honestly, I think, if there's an opportunity to promote from within, I think the continuity gives that person an advantage at stepping into the chief's role. If I thought we were going to have a shortage of candidates or miss out on an exceptional candidate, well, then I guess I'd support an external search, but I feel like, I would be more, all things being equal, if we came in with 3 candidates and one of them was from within, or, I feel like they would have a leg up for me. And I think that I would like to see what the internal search brings. And then if we don't get 3 good candidates, then we can move to an external search. That's just my feeling. And I've not gone through this the way you guys have, so I will take a step back on that a little bit.
Mark, thank you. Shelby.
Yeah, so appreciate the chief's comments, and we've made a lot of decisions here as a board of what to support based on what he's brought forward and the thoroughness of capital investments and strategic moves. So I trust that, so again, I know we're not making a decision tonight, but I would be, based on what I've heard here, that we would proceed down the path of an internal search only. I do think a search committee is important. While we love to talk about transparency and governance and all of that, and I love waving that flag, when you're talking about people putting their name forward for a position, there are levels at which to do that that's appropriate. And we want the best people to come forward in a process that they can trust in, and not one that has to be done from the get-go, in a public setting. So I would recommend that our board, regardless of the internal or external process we take, that we create a search committee. So, and I do think as part of that, again, I know we're not going to make that decision, that at least one member on this committee, if not 2, particularly that it's a strong chief position, be on that committee. So.
Thank you. Ian?
Yeah, I mean, I echo a lot of the comments, and I just go back to one of the things that we have asked for as a board, and being the, I guess, the veteran here of this, is one of the tasks that we've talked about and strategic plan, whatever, was to really ask our department heads and through our town manager to really build up the bench strength. So think about succession planning, so that when opportunities arose, we had the ability to have well-qualified, trained personnel in town, because I do think there's advantage to that. It may not always happen, but that was a decision that we made because we've had situations early on in my tenure on the select board that felt like we had to go outside because we really hadn't emphasized that goal of succession planning. As I think about it in my professional life outside of my volunteer work here, is that is paramount in what we do, is really trying to think about succession planning and plan for that, because I do think that continuity matters. So with that, and again, trusting in what the chief has just outlined to us, but all of what he has and the department has done, what they have built over there in really providing and protecting this community, I do agree with basically going with an internal search, but I also absolutely agree with doing it through a search committee versus a committee of the board. And I would feel that way anyways, but especially if, as the chief said, if we have 5 or 6 people and they recommend 3, I think that does protect others in that department that may not get moved forward from being publicly out there and then remaining in the department. I think that may put them in a difficult situation. So agree with that, and just wanted to highlight that other point about this is what we've asked for. We've asked for them to build up that bench that we could tap into for succession planning. My final thing, I just wanted to echo to the chief too, and say it in public here, is that I echo the comments that our chair made. Thank you for everything that you've done. Personally, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed for the town because you've done a great job here, but I'm really excited and happy for you on the personal level to be able to retire. So thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you. Patrick.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. So I won't repeat all the accolades from the board, but other than to say, Chief, it's been a pleasure to work with you over the last 5 years and enjoy the last couple of months. And I do really look forward to hearing about all your future endeavors. That said, I'll start from the reverse here. I'm absolutely supportive of creating a selection committee. I think it's important. I think it should be absolutely made up of 2 members of the select board and a few other members from key committees across the town. We can have a further discussion on what that makeup should be. I think it's important that this board has a 2-member seat on that committee. That said, I am not in support of an internal search. I will not support anything other than an external search. I think it does, for lack of a better word and using strong language here, I think it does a disservice to the community. It's no different than saying we're only going to hire within the bounds of Westborough. We need to get the best candidates, and I'm glad to hear that the chief, and I would expect nothing less from him, to say the things that he said in regards to the staff that he has developed. And I have no doubt that there are excellent candidates in that staff. I don't know those candidates, and I don't know how they compare to other candidates outside of Westborough. And that's why I believe we as a board need to make sure that we charge ourselves with identifying the best possible candidates to bring forward for a board vote. That said, I look forward to the discussion, I guess, the next time we get together as to which way we're going to go, but I don't see myself moving off of that position.
All right, Patrick, thank you. I guess some final thoughts from me. I look at one, whether or not it should be an internal or external search. I think currently the fire department is running extremely well, is very successful. And so I think an internal search makes sense. I look to an external search more if in circumstances where potentially you feel like there are issues, and I don't see issues. I don't see them at all. So I would be supportive of an internal search. I agree that a search committee should be put together, and as to members of that search committee, we can include members outside of the community, correct? So we could include, say, fire chiefs from other communities who could validate our candidates for us. Because I agree, I do not know necessarily what would make a good fire chief, but I would be comfortable if we did assessments and those other fire chiefs confirmed, yes, you have 3 strong candidates here. These are the 3 I would put forward. That would make me more comfortable. And so I would consider something like that. But am supportive of an internal search. And I guess potentially at our next meeting, we get into the components of that search committee, because it did sound like we were all in agreement that there would be a search committee to help validate the candidates that finally come before our board. Any other final thoughts from it? Oh.
So if I know I didn't provide you a motion, but you certainly could vote tonight on whether or not you wanted to do an internal or external search. If you're not going to, and there's additional information that you need from me, if folks can let me know if there's outstanding questions. And then just to your point, Sean, I would say that our public works, when we hired Chris Pant, we brought in a director from another community, and similarly when we hired Chief Laurie, we brought in there was someone on the committee that was a police officer in another community.
Thank you, Christy.
So Sean, I actually think that's a great idea, because we're talking about regionalization with, I'm not suggesting that the Southborough chief be the person we bring in, but that might make a lot of sense if we're going to pursue that regionalization effort. So
we can talk about, yes.
Yeah, I would not be, I appreciate what the board has said here. I think this is a really big decision for our board. I think we didn't have a motion in our packet. I think that usually guides, at least for me, it guides sort of the framework that I come to this meeting with, in terms of I've got to make a decision tonight. I think we should sleep on this one. I'm sure we'll hear from members of the community. I hope we do. And, to have bring this back to our next meeting would be my recommendation.
No. Yeah.
Mark, I would agree with, Sean, I would agree with Shelby on that. I feel like I framed my comments based on the expectation that we were not going to be making a vote tonight. And I have other additional comments that I would like to add when we do have that full discussion.
No, I think that is appropriate. This is a big decision. They are very big boots to fill. And so I think taking just a pause, and I would like at our meeting on the 9th for us to make that decision, and then also try and come to a conclusion on components of the search committee, and really be at a position where we're at that point ready to move forward.
Yeah, and to that end, what I would say on the search committee, if the search committee has the potential to include individuals other than, we know the town manager has to be some number of board members, and then there's the department piece. If the search committee, like I think about the senior center director, there were members of the community there that were invited to be part of that. I think that they were not just or were offered the opportunity. If we're going to do that, it would be helpful, Christy, from you to understand what have we done in the past, and what is that process to quickly and best get input, from those who would be interested, and some criteria around that. And maybe the chief could offer some, as to it's not just someone's like, oh, I want to be part of the hiring committee for the chief. Like, you got to kind of have some
So just going back to
Credentials.
the planning director, they appointed a search committee last time that included a member of the public, and it was someone who had specifically served on the master plan committee. So some way that they were more involved in that type of work. So we could sort of brainstorm.
Yeah, but if we could have that as part of
Yeah.
our packet, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody, and we will have further discussion at our next meeting. Gentlemen, thank you. Item number 12, Cannabis Delivery Opt Out. So the governor has recently signed comprehensive cannabis reform that includes the ability to allow cannabis delivery by right. For towns like ours who have made the decision to opt out of permitting retail marijuana sales, we are now allowed to make a decision related to cannabis delivery. So it's restricted to towns who have opted out of cannabis previously. This is going into effect soon, so this comes before us today, and I hand it over to Christy for further thoughts.
Sure. So I did reach out to the Cannabis Control Commission, just asking about the process. They're still establishing the process, but they are they're willing to take votes of select boards now in terms of considering the waiver. So there's no specific motion or form, but they'll take that and go ahead through the approval process. They've started to receive some of the some waiver votes from communities. One thing that I did ask them was how people became aware of which towns were accepting delivery, and then how the enforcement works. So they said that we would just report to them, and then the onus would be on the retail establishment to understand whether or not the community allowed it. They also did say that there's a GPS component to those vehicles, so they would be able to track if we said that we felt someone had delivered, they would be able to track that, and they would be the enforcement agency because they license those establishments. One thing that they did mention that I think everyone should be aware of is that you cannot opt out of medical marijuana delivery, and there could be establishments that offer both types of delivery. So certainly if there was a complaint made, that would have to be further looked into.
Right, thank you. I would make one more comment in our packet. So there is the details of the vote related to this, and in 2017, town meeting voted against voted to prohibit retail sales in Massachusetts, in Westborough specifically, and then it was followed up with a ballot question. The ballot question, let me be specific, was prohibit all commercial businesses related to marijuana in Westborough. And it went before a vote of the town, and 1,197 voted in favor of prohibiting marijuana, and 294 voted against. So it was essentially 80 to 20%. I hand it over for comments. Yes.
Can I ask a question? Again, ignorance here. Can you just explain more what delivery? Is it as simple that there's a store in Shrewsbury that sells marijuana, you live in Westborough, you call them up and say, I want to deliver it to me at my house? Or what, I guess, what does it mean?
Uber delivery? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's my understanding, is it's delivery like any other delivery. So
Okay.
obviously it doesn't prohibit someone from going to that retail store in
Right.
whatever community and bringing it back in.
Okay.
There's an
That's
app
helpful.
for that.
What's that?
There's an app for that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, while the vote was whatever, 9 years ago, I remember the discussions vividly. I remember the way the town voted, and Sean, thanks for bringing it up. I think at this point in time, without anything else before us and the ability to do this, I would be in favor of sending a kind of the request to submit for the waiver. And then what that does allow is it just basically goes with the vote that we already have that bans the retail establishments here. To me, it aligns with that. And then it does allow for discussions later if that's what the town wants to do. But I think at this point in time, the town's told us what it's wanted through town meeting and through the ballot box. And to me, I just feel like that this is the best move to be made. It's something that's coming at us quick is to use what we have in front of us to opt out. And then if we hear that others want to discuss it, we'll allow that to happen moving forward. So my 2 cents.
Patrick, thoughts?
Sure. So I was one of the, I guess, 20% that voted for allowance. And I continue to be, I'm getting a lot of feedback here, but I continue to be not supportive of prohibition. This is no longer a class 1 drug. And it should be treated no differently than alcohol or any other legal substance. So I'm not some supportive of a waiver.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not going to repeat anything Ian said because pretty much would say the same thing. And for those that need medical marijuana, there's a process for that. They can get it delivered to their home. That's appropriate and a service that they should be appropriately eligible for, but everything else is recreational, and I see zero need to bring this to Westborough, so I'm very supportive of a waiver.
Thank you.
Well, I am also supportive of the waiver, but I would like to hear from maybe at least the director of the board, the health director, or the Board of Health, and possibly from the police chief. Just, I feel like, I would want somebody with more expertise in this to give me advice. And I don't know why I feel that way. I just feel like so many times we move things forward and the Board of Health is like, well, why didn't you consult with us? And I think maybe we should consult with the Board of Health on marijuana use.
I did ask the public health director if she felt that I assumed that given the vote in 2017 that the board might be headed in this direction, and I asked if she felt that this needed to go before the Board of Health, and she, as the director, felt that her board would be in favor of that. That being said, it didn't actually go before the board. So
Wait, I'm sorry.
in favor of the waiver.
In favor
Or the opt-out.
The opt-out.
Prohibiting.
So, Mark, you bring up an interesting question. So this is moving out, this is rolling out quickly, and without spending time here, I don't know. So if we were to vote to submit a waiver, this board at any time could undo that request, right? And it's every 2 years? Correct? So the waiver is valid for 2 years and may be renewed. Maybe,
Right.
meaning
So
they may renew.
they have to grant the waiver, the opt-out, the waiver, and
Yep.
for the first 2 years. It's not necessarily required following that. I did not ask the question about our ability to rescind that vote.
I have to
So-
imagine you can.
I would have to too. I just didn't ask that question.
So in my view of this is I don't need anyone else to weigh in on this. I mean, the town took a vote. I haven't heard anyone asking for to bring that back as a matter, as another ballot matter. And there's no economic, to my understanding, unless this board could tell me, there's no economic benefit. Someone's going to buy it in Shrewsbury or Grafton or wherever, and they're going to bring it to their residence. It's not like we're losing money here.
So why would we waive it?
Yeah. So
Why would we waive it?
Because the town asked us to.
Because in my opinion,
That's for dispensaries. It wasn't for this. This wasn't even on the, and I'm
No,
not
I-
suggesting that we're gonna go back to town meeting on this.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if there's no impact, then why waive it? You're preventing
because
people from getting to a legal
Yeah.
illegal
because-
product.
Do you know, can I ask you, do you know if, is it like, Uber delivery, or do they have to hire their own drivers? Do they bring equipment to
I
scan?
don't have any more clarification than
Do
that.
they bring equipment to scan driver's license to make sure the person's of age? Do they ask other people in the room to identify
it's-
their age? I mean, these are all things I would want to know before I supported not waiving it, right? And if I don't know the answers to those, that's why, part of that was why I wanted to consult with people who might know the answers, but it's not going to matter to me much because I'm probably going to support the waiver regardless of the answers. So,
Yeah, I mean, I would
All
say,
good questions, Mark. I'm assuming that the state has actually done their due diligence on this. Maybe that's a false thing I shouldn't do. But, the fact is that the vast majority of the communities in the state are not waiving this.
yeah, so I would say that, and I was with Patrick back when this vote was taken. I was sort of the thought that, hey, people are going to do what they're going to do. The town ought to at least get revenue from it. But, the vote was 80 to 20 against, and now I represent, I want to represent what I believe is the will of the folks of the town of Westborough. So I am supportive of the waiver. And I think there's enough support on the board for us to vote on it tonight. I don't know how urgent this is. But certainly we can also get questions answered later, but based on the historical
Yes.
votes of the town.
Yes, we're gonna have border
I
police.
think it's appropriate. One second. Pardon me, did you want to make a comment, Patrick?
Sorry, I was just saying, I'm assuming we'll now have border policing, then people coming across lines with marijuana in their car to deliver it at some house. I don't even know how that would work.
Okay, so Christie
And I get it.
mentioned that
It
it
was
was up to
comment
the
about tracking
Cannabis
and all that.
Commission
Yeah.
to control this. And, so, but I don't know if somebody wants to make a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Yeah, you go.
Okay.
I just can't find it.
Yeah, so I would move to authorize the town manager to submit a waiver request to the Cannabis Control Commission pursuant to H 5350, an act modernizing the Commonwealth's cannabis laws in order to opt the town out of the limited delivery of marijuana and marijuana products as permitted under state law for municipalities that prohibit retail marijuana establishments.
Get a second.
Second.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion?
Can I just ask a question? I was trying to find it here again, but I think in the legislation, whatever the way to waive, it says, and this may be fine as we do it, but it says it's the chief executive officer, but I guess by you having the town
I would just
manager.
send the vote that you took.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's vote by us as the,
So, so this becomes effective immediately, but the commission is still working on sort of all the things you have questions about related to timeline, guidance, procedures, all of that is.
They've been working on it for years.
Well, but the law was just put into effect in
know.
April, so.
Yep.
just like the original law was put in with no
Yeah.
Yeah.
process.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Patrick?
No.
Okay. Shelby?
Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Zilberg, yes.
And Keough, yes. The vote is 4-1. Okay. All right, next, item 13, Community Center Project Discussion.
I'm just gonna plug in.
Go.
So at your last meeting, as part of your goals, we were talking about the community center project at your last meeting. We moved through the slideshow that was developed by the architect just to refresh the board and the community on where we were at in the project when it was paused in order to allow the library to temporarily relocate to that building. This this presentation is intended to go a little bit deeper and talk about potential funding sources and also potentially what the scope of the project would be. And then we do have the OPM and architect are all available on the call as well if there are questions for them. So essentially the project status, as we talked about at the last meeting, it was paused in 2024, but then in January, the architect gave sort of their final presentation related to the pause. And that was with the phase 1, which was the senior center portion of the first floor, was at 80% design. And then phase 2, which is the remaining space on the first floor, and then portions of the second floor was about 50% design. So if you remember, at town meeting, town meeting appropriated over $1 million for us to do this design work. And the contract with the architect was, at that time, we had decided on the phasing. The contract with the architect was to get phase 1 fully to bidding and phase 2 to design development. So that's why there's a variation in the amount that was fully designed at that time. So this was the full first floor. So this is the fully designed first floor. Just as a reminder, there was the senior center portion in the front here, and then along the side, back here, is the proposed auditorium. There's veteran space in the back here. And then in this corner, there's existing bathrooms that would remain but be certainly improved, with a counter in a community lobby so that folks could enter from the back of the building to go into the auditorium. Also, that's available from the front of the building with this hallway. And then the second floor, all the white spaces that you see, which is kind of hard to distinguish. So the white spaces up here, the white spaces here, the basketball court, the whole entire locker room area, and then the majority around the pool was proposed to be left alone. And then the pool would be upgraded, and then a walking track would be established. In the middle of it was some program rooms with open play. And then some classrooms over here, where there's currently a couple classrooms and some offices, and then creating sort of a more efficient office space with a counter here that was going to be positioned to be able to see people coming up the stairs, as well as out into this larger area where a second means of access was proposed as an alternate, a staircase and an elevator. So this is just a slide showing project funds that have been appropriated and are remaining. So there were $40,000 of ARPA funds used to hire an owner's project manager. There was an article at the 2023 special town meeting for 85. The entire article was actually just under 200,000, but at the time we were estimating that 85,000 of that, and this is what we put on the screen, would be used for public engagement and schematic design. So if you go back and look, it was a larger amount, but it was also inclusive of costs related to just maintaining the building, utilities, things like that from when we closed on the property. And then at the special town meeting in 2024, there was a $1.1 million appropriated to do what I had mentioned before, which is get the phase 1 to bid documents and then get phase 2 through design development. Because we didn't complete that contract, we have about $250,000 remaining to move forward this work. In the capital plan, we have the total project broken down into 2 phases. So we have phase 1, which is currently proposed for FY30 with an estimated $10.5 million, and then phase 2 in fiscal 32 for $14.5 million. That timeline assumes that we would borrow the entire amount for these projects. So certainly if we were able to find alternative funding sources and bring those numbers down, we could consider moving that timeline up, which is something I think the board is interested in doing based on your conversation at the retreat. So there's potential funding sources. We have the Del Webb Chauncey Lake Stabilization Fund, which is at 3.7, which currently has about 3.7 million. 1.2 million of that has already, or 1.2 million over and above this $3.7 million number was transferred to the Affordable Housing Trust in 2022. And then the 1.1 million was transferred for the use on this project, as you saw in the previous slide. This is the current balance of that fund. There's additional payments that would come into that fund. Again, that's for affordable housing or to support seniors. My recommendation is that we meet with the Affordable Housing Trust and talk about the plan for those funds going forward, so that we can be on the same page if we decide to use it as a funding source. Another thing that we've talked about is a settlement from the Regal property. It's about 1.6 million that has come in and goes out to free cash. So that's available for discussion. We talked about a sponsorship program. We do have something that was put together by the OPM a few years ago that identified actually over $1 million worth of naming opportunities. That's obviously something that we would have to talk about at a future meeting, creating that sponsorship program. And then certainly getting sponsors, working with that coalition. The sale of the senior center property, the current assessed value of the entire property is just under $3 million. So it's an assessed value, not a market value. We need to work with the board to decide if you wanted to go out to market. If I know that the Affordable Housing Trust has approached you with an interest, what does that sale look like? We have money for the appraisal, which we would need to do. We need to talk about whether we're just selling a portion of that property or the entire property. So that's another meeting that would need to be discussed. We have a community center coalition, which is forming. So whatever balance they were interested in working towards would need to be determined. And then the general fund debt, which would carry the balance of the project. So the next steps would be to finalize the scope, the project scope, identify funding sources, do public engagement, so suggesting the building users. We have a lot of new building users since we paused the project, so working with them, but then having some community input into the final project, completing the design. We need to transition the project to the municipal building committee. We would update the capital plan based on wherever we wanted this to fall. Bidding the project, town meeting articles. And then town meeting articles. Just to be really clear, if we were to move forward, the earliest we believe we could move forward is the March 2027 town meeting. It would likely include these 4 actions or articles. One would be a transfer from that Pulte stabilization or Del Webb stabilization account. We would figure out what that amount was. The transfer from free cash, if that's something that we were going to be doing. Authorization from town meeting for you to sell the senior center parcel. And then authorizing the select board to incur debt. A future town meeting would likely be a request to transfer funds from the sale of the senior center to pay down debt on the community center. So I think that's something that's really important. Even if that's a funding source, we obviously can't sell the senior center until the project's completed. So the borrow would be inclusive of that larger amount, and then there would have to be a subsequent town meeting vote to move that money from sale of real estate to pay down debt on the project. And then these are just the next sort of what I would say are the more immediate next steps for all of you, which is the meeting with the Affordable Housing Trust, consideration of the sponsorship program, and then just discussion of the disposition of the senior center. If we go back, that's what I get for animating my slides. We have talked to the architect and OPM. With the funding that we have available, we believe that we could get the entire first floor ready for a bid without needing any additional funds. And then we would have a bid in hand, or a bid amount in hand for that March 2027 town meeting. And that would be...
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. For the entire first floor. And the pool documents are already ready for bid because...
Not phase 2. So is that what you're going at?
Yeah. So downstairs includes things that were phase 2, correct?
Right. So it would be all of phase 1 and then the downstairs portion of phase 2. And then the pool is ready to be bid at any point because it's already been bid.
Steve, thank you very much. Thoughts from the board?
Go ahead. hit
I
us.
just want to follow back up on that question. So even though they would have that all out, we could still carve out phase one, which would not be the full
Yes.
bid for the
Yep.
entire first floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, simple language here, we'd know the approximate cost for the phase two portion of the first floor. But we wouldn't necessarily be going out, the way this is being presented, we wouldn't be actually going out to borrow for that full amount. Am I misunderstanding that?
So the board you need to decide if you want to continue with the phased approach that you were pursuing originally. Phase one is again at that 80% design. You could bring it all the way to bid documents for just phase one if that was what you wanted to do. I guess all of this is caveated on the fact that there are not major changes to the design. So we have discussed with the architect and the OPM that there might be tweaks presented to the design. I guess we all need to decide what the definition of tweaks is, but there's just that in terms of the remaining funds that are available, it could cover that. If that's something that you were interested in doing, could cover the full first floor, as long as it's not major changes to the design.
So I guess, maybe this is, I see we have our, team here online. Being that the elevator is part of both first and second floor, would that be considered in what we're talking about? Would that be considered like phase one or?
So that was proposed as an alternate to phase one.
Yeah.
When we paused.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, phase one had 4 or 5 alternates.
Yeah,
So,
right.
yeah.
I think my initial thought on the whole first floor is that I feel like there were aspects of that particularly around the auditorium element that I felt like needed more public engagement. In terms of what does that space look like? I know that, I know we saw some pictures, we saw some renderings, but I feel like there was so much, appropriately so, effort on the sort of the L portion of it. And then we included the veterans component because they specifically asked for a quieter aspect of the building, toward the back. So my concern at this point would be, I don't know if we're ready on the inclusion of that larger space in this first phase. Meaning, I don't know that, we necessarily want a big auditorium as opposed to a multi-use space that can be used in different ways, so to speak. So, anyway.
So I'm just gonna.
Sean, can I? Oh.
So this is. I think it'll come up in a second. I just wanted to show what phase one covered, because it does not include. It does not include the veteran space or the auditorium. And then one of the alternates is the additional 2 program rooms for the senior center.
Yep.
Sean, can I ask a question?
Yes, Patrick, go ahead.
So thank you, Christy, for the refresher. It's good to go back and take a look at where we've been. So Shelby, I understand your concerns. From my point of view, it makes a lot of sense to build out that first floor in its entirety from a construction perspective, but that's just my assumption. I guess I would like to understand from the architect if there's any logistical and also perhaps cost savings in building out one full space, meaning the first floor, versus what was our original phase one of half the first floor senior center space and all of the upstairs as a phase one. So cost and timing and logistics is a concern.
Sure.
So 1 second to confirm. I don't think doing all of floor 2 was part of phase 1. I think phase 1 was really just the senior center.
Originally,
Yes.
I thought the upstairs was also included in that. Did I miss that?
The upstairs is phase 2.
Phase 2, okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so then I'll rephrase my question. If, is there any benefit to building out the entire first floor space, logistically and cost-wise versus not?
Right, and that's sort of to our OPM and architect, that question?
Yes.
Yes.
It would be less expensive to do it all at once. I think, Tom, yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
And from a disruption, think of renovating your home. If you move out and you do it all at once, it goes faster, it's easier, there's less disruption to you living there. When, if we do it in phases, I'm not saying it's impossible to do, we certainly can do it, it's been done, but it's less disruptive if it's all done before people move in.
Okay, that makes sense to me. And then I guess, Shelby, your comment in regards to kind of the what has been identified or designed from the auditorium space. On my mind, I feel that has been very well discussed across the community. I know the flexibility that's been designed into that space seems to have been very desirable. And I know that there's been communications to the community that ideally we would start to be able to use that space for things such as future voting and things like that, taking the burden off of the schools. So I see, the advantage of building out that first floor space, compartmentalizing this into the floors makes a lot of sense to me in the long run, for all the reasons the OPM just stated to us.
Yeah. I think that space, even if it were not built out, could still be used for voting specifically, that open space. But yes, would not be available for other activities.
And also, I think we talked about it as an emergency
shelter
if we get the generator.
The whole building, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Including that.
Yeah, in that regard, though, I'd be concerned about the state of the building as to whether or not, if it was an active construction zone, even if it was in pause, as to whether or not we could use it for those functions. But I guess it depends on the state and how long it would be in that state as to what our risk is under those circumstances.
Yeah. But yeah, and Patrick, I mean, I agree that's valid if you do the first half and then you have it being used actively as a senior center, and then at some later date you try to then do the second half, and that's
It'll be very disruptive.
Yeah, 6 or 9 month process that, that would be challenging.
I think logistically too, just a last thought here. I think logistically, from a community perspective, people will think of it, oh, we're doing the first floor first, we're doing the second floor second. That's a very easy conversation to have, as opposed to saying, hey, we're doing half the first floor, part of the second, we're dicing it up, and it's actually somewhat more complicated conversation with the community. So I know that we're trying to figure out how we work this with the community and show, and I think if we can make that into a more effective build process, that'll be an easier conversation.
Mm-hmm.
The reason that I that I mentioned it was, one, so that you can understand sort of how far the dollars that are already appropriated can go, but also all of the photos that were in the slideshow are from the community center. So they're all from the second floor. So we are able to use the second floor. I mean, certainly what's being proposed would be wonderful in the future. But when the library moves out, we're sort of limited in what we would be able to do with that first floor space. So if you were to build it out, that second floor area is being well used.
Right. There's nothing that is preventing us from using 100% of the second floor now.
Except for the pool.
True that. Yes, but so most of the changes to the second floor are more, reconfiguring, but not actually adding usable space.
Right. It adds Yeah, it adds some rooms, but
Right.
there are that in space that's already being used.
Correct. Additional thoughts? We'll be talking about this a lot. but-
Yeah, so Christy, can you go back to, I was looking at the same slide presentation back from 2025, but can you go back to the deck from tonight when you talked about the next step slide? Where you got the finalized project scope, identify. So I think I'm where I'm stuck here is this finalize the project scope because and I'm looking I think for a dialogue here. I don't really have an opinion. And maybe our OPM and architect can help us here, but we talk about public engagement sort of as this third step. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so what I meant by finalized project scope is I think just trying to understand because by the time we get to public engagement, we need to know what the approach is. Are we still looking at is the scope still the 2 phases and we're just looking at that phase 1? Are we looking at the full first floor? Are we looking at something completely different? So that's what I meant by finalized project scope. So then once you get to the public engagement piece, it's finalizing the design for that scope.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. And Patrick, I certainly understand what you're saying about, you sort of have one clean open floor and you just, you work through that and you build it out. And there's definitely a cost savings in the cost of $1 now versus the cost of $1, 6, 8, 10 years from now is obviously different as well. So, So I think that however we proceed and what I don't want is a Rotary project for this board. Let me just say it. So I think that there are still the people in the community that, don't see the vision for the community center, and they may never, right? But conversely, we have lots more people going through the community center now, more users than certainly ever before. That number continues to grow. And with that use becomes, experience and input, and kind of here's what I think how we could use it. So I think however we proceed, the community engagement piece in what we have left in funding is going to be very, very important to determining, I think, any sort of future movement at a town meeting. So I just want to make sure that we have enough money in the balance, which is 250 so if this board said, we feel like the first floor should be the next step, right? Inclusive of, and I'm just putting it, inclusive of the pool and the elevator, the second elevator, let's just say that was it, that whatever design work plus public engagement would have to be within budget. I mean, I just think that public engagement is so important.
So that's I'm just going to unplug so we can see folks on the screen, but that was the conversation that we had with the architect and OPM.
Okay.
Now you can't see anything. Was that it would have to be within what can we do with these funds? Like how far can we sort of stretch?
You can't go back and ask for more money to do more.
Exactly.
Right.
And I think, and we understand that completely, and that was the conversation.
So what I'm hearing you saying, just if our OPM and architects could weigh in here, that we could, within the 250,000 remaining, we could present a scoped project of like the full first floor plus the pool, and this is just me talking, plus the elevator.
Well, the pool's done, so.
Well, the pool's done, right. And have, I'm going to use a subjective term here, robust public engagement opportunities for that 250,000, and maybe some tweaks, because.
Yeah, I mean,
right? Is that a correct statement?
Yes. Yes, we agree.
Okay, great, thanks.
Joel, I don't want to speak for you.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I saw him.
I'll start shaking his
I
head.
saw him shaking. All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mark.
So I am a firm supporter of phase one, right? The senior center, I mean, the seniors are already paying taxes on the purchase. We can't sell the senior center until we get the senior center open. But we're still, even with all these funding sources, and one of my questions was, I don't see grants in these funding sources anywhere. Did I miss that? Are we just not counting on grants, or are there any grants we can pursue that might help us?
I'm not aware right now of any grants, and we are
Outside of the
looking.
generator, potentially.
Outside of the generator, yeah, which we started to pursue, and then
Okay. And we've eliminated community preservation, right? That's not an option because we didn't use that money to buy the building, or?
my understanding is it's not an option, but I don't know the reasons. I mean, we didn't have it when we bought the building.
Okay. All right. Well, so given the funding sources we have, we're still going to have to borrow money, right?
Yes.
And the estimated cost here for phase one alone is 10.5 million. We don't know what the senior center is going to get. That process is going to take a long time and a lot of public input because, like, are we going to propose zoning for the senior center, or are we going to go out there for bids, RFPs, and like, I mean, that's going to be an interesting process, right? Like,
So we
I mean, if
can't we can't go out to our, so in terms of like the timeline, you wouldn't, if you were going to do sort of more public engagement around the selling of the senior center, you wouldn't be able to do that too early, right? Because, and so you likely, or you could have already gone to town meeting to ask for that borrow, because you're gonna have, the borrow's gonna have to be inclusive of whatever you think you're going to get for the senior center. Because given the timing of the project, it's unlikely that someone would bid and keep that bid for
no, but what I'm saying is we want to maximize the value of that, but maximizing the value of that isn't, I mean, we're not going to allow a 12-story building up there, right? I mean, or maybe we are, I don't know. I mean,
Could be good looking.
But you know what I mean? Like, I mean, we need some public input on what's.
Yeah, but I think we have time for that.
Right, but that's all going to determine how much we get for the senior center, is what I'm saying.
And I think some of that will
and
be
so I don't want to
interesting
count
from
on
an appraisal.
Well, bit, I don't want to count on that money until we've actually got it in hand, right? So what I'm really counting on is, $5.5 million, depending on what the Affordable Housing Trust says in those conversations, and then the rest would be borrow. And so I just not sure I want to tackle the second half of the first floor yet until we get people into the senior center using the building and generate more public sentiment towards completing the project, right? Like I don't want to say I want to do the bare minimum, but I'd like, I think to me the senior center is should be our priority. And once we get that up and running, then we take a look at the rest of it. Because I think a theater is great. And I love the concepts that were presented and I certainly would like to do the alternate with the second elevator. That, those are things I would support. But do we really need to tackle the theater right now? I mean, how much is that going to add? The second phase was 14.5 million. So are we adding 7 million to the project by doing the theater?
Well, that was my question.
Well, I think that's the problem.
Didn't we learn that by holding off a year on this discussion, that it was costing us about $500,000 as a result of that pause? So, I mean, I look at this and I say, okay, Mark, I get your point, but it sounds like you're slicing this up into, phase one, phase two, phase three now into smaller pieces. And I think we need to be careful with that, because the cost of doing the first floor as a whole, while it will be more than just doing the senior center, in the long run, it would be more cost effective,
Can I respond
timely,
to that?
as well to do it that first floor all together for many reasons, I think.
Can I respond to that?
Yep, go ahead.
So as much as I understand that it might save us money to do it all at once, right? That money's got to come from somewhere, right? And you're asking the taxpayers to approve a borrowing, right? Now, we originally put out that borrowing to 2030. Now we want to move it up when we have other debt that's already affecting the tax rate, right? So maybe.
Well, we haven't had that conversation.
Can I finish?
Patrick, let him finish.
So maybe we should finish, I mean, I'm all for moving up the seniors center, but maybe we should wait on the rest of it till some of that other debt goes off, and whether it be 2030 or 32.
Well, that's
I agree.
why
We haven't
it's
had that conversation yet. I agree with you on that. My point is this: if there's going to be a borrow of a certain amount of dollars, I'd rather those dollars as a whole across whether it's 1, 2, or 5 projects be less. That's my point.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ian.
I had similar points, but I think going back and forth, and I it goes back to my original question is I think the way I'm leaning now is to use that money to look at the whole first floor plus alternates. Most likely those alternates would be, an elevator. I think that's essential for us. Just again, senior center, getting upstairs, only having one that's outside the building, whatever. We've talked about that. But I would be interested. I think the community would be interested in understanding kind of what that cost is. And I think what we separated out is that's empty space there now. We're already using the top floor. And I know Jen's sitting here, and I'd love to put more in there, but we're functional in that space, and we can make it better. But I feel like that stuff can be put off a little while longer. And we may need to put off this other piece, but I think the town getting a better feel for what it is and letting the town make the call. Most importantly, and this is where I agree with you, Mark, I don't want to lose a vote to renew the senior center. We owe it to the seniors. We've talked about it for a long time. We need to do something sooner than later in terms of replacing what we have here. But I guess why I'm leaning and what I heard is that I would like to see us moving forward with that whole first floor, as long as we still have the ability to say, if we get to those, and we're looking back to that flow chart, we get to the public information sessions and we give the folks, here's what it is, here's what we scoped out, and they just say, we can't or don't want to pay for everything, that we're able to peel back and almost go to a phase approach as our final bid. And I guess I'll ask that, Christy, but also to our architect and OPM, if what I'm asking for there, which is, here's what we want you to spend the money on, have those public information sessions, but in the end, does it still allow us to phase things with saying, hey, we just want to move forward with the senior center at a certain cost, if that's the way the town decides.
That's feasible.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think with the public engagement sessions, then you would receive input to fully design. So you would get to full design for the whole thing, and then once would they create it. So if you remember that January 2025 presentation, that's when they gave you the cost estimates that their cost estimators had gone through. So I assume that that's where they would break it out for you. This is the full project. This is if you just do the senior center. These are and then you can make a decision at that point. Is that right, Joel and Tom?
We could even go, and Joel, don't shoot me for saying this, but I think we could even go a little further than just the cost estimate and bid this with ad alternates.
Yeah.
So that we could actually have hard bid prices on all of these, and you'd know exactly what the cost would be if you did 1, 2, 3, 4. The only downside with ad alternates is you must take them in the order that you make the alternate. So You can't say, let's do 1 and 3 and 5. You have to do 1, 2, and 3 before you can go to 4 or 5.
That's helpful, thank you. I just follow on with one
Yes.
follow on question. And this may be unfair, but it does go back, Mark, to your point is, can you remind me in that phase 2 that right now is estimated as a borrow of 14.5 million, that phase 2, as I understood it, is the auditorium, the senior center, I think a couple of other rooms, on the redoing the bathrooms, and then the work upstairs. I have to imagine a majority of that 14 million was for the auditorium and stuff on the first floor, but could you give me a rough ballpark, if you have it, of what that breakout was of that 14? Do you even know?
I don't have that in front of me now, and I wouldn't want to venture a guess on it. Joel, I don't know if you have it, but
I don't have it, and
yeah,
I think the numbers need to be refreshed
right.
as well. They're a year old at this point.
Okay. I know it was probably unfair. I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I don't think it was really diced.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
we
mean-
will have that number shortly, but once we start the project back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just say for me, the priority is the senior center. And so getting the senior center, I wouldn't want to do anything that potentially jeopardizes that. So, but it's tough because in the long run, if this is the plan, I imagine it does make sense to do the entire first floor at this, at one time. But the senior center is the priority.
Yeah.
But given the town options.
Yeah, I like the idea that, the senior center and this idea of bidding the alternates, because we've heard in the past, like, how do we know what to kind of consider if we don't understand what the cost would be, or at least a rough, pretty good estimate.
I just look at it, like, I have 3 rooms on the first floor that I need to get painted, right? And the living room, I would love to get somebody in to paint and redo the floors on all 3 of those rooms. But if I can get the living room done, well, now I can have the graduation party, right?
Yeah.
And, do I want
to apples?
No, but but honestly, right? Like, would it cost me less total to do all 3 rooms at once? Sure. But do I want to spend the money right now? No. Right? And I don't think we should spend the money doing all 3 rooms right now. And that's my feeling.
Yeah, I think I was just going to say, I think I can't sit here tonight and say, even of the alternates, I was just toggling back and forth. I think we have like 6 or 7 alternates that are on the plate, which when more important or not. I think, Ian, your question's a great one that I would like to understand rough order of magnitude of the 14 and a half that was a year old. Like, how much of it is that back half or any of the other alternates? So I think we just don't have the information tonight, and we're just kind of guessing and now kind of maybe starting to swirl a little bit. But I do think the priority is the senior center, and also maybe even another, like a snapshot of that the capital plan, like what's between now and 2030 that we would be potentially shifting around or potentially making decisions to bump or move. I don't have that in front of me. So,
Yep. Valid point.
I'd like our seniors that are here today within reason to be able to enjoy a new senior center.
Yes.
That's all.
So, so we can pull that information for the next meeting. I just, the timeline we need to start doing if we're going to move forward for March, we need to start doing the engagement to get the design finalized so that it can be bid in, I think we were saying January, February timeframe. And so I guess Joel and Tom, I think we would benefit from understanding when we need to decide what amount of, or what parts of the project we want fully designed.
So what's the project scope?
What's the project scope?
So
Could I ask a question?
Can they answer my question?
Please.
Go ahead.
we wouldn't be able to get you bids if we don't have a design.
Right.
We could get you estimates on a conceptual design, but we're not going to be able to produce hard bids, alternate bids on those spaces if they are not fully designed.
Right. So I'm asking what the timeline is where we need to initiate the community engagement to get that process started. The board's next meeting is in 2
Now.
weeks. Is that, do they need to decide at the next meeting?
I would say yes, but Joel, you're the designer, that you're the one under the gun more.
Well, I think 2 weeks can work. I mean, it'd be nice to have 6 months to get it out to bid, and especially with the alternates, and there'll be some pre-qualifications that has to happen if we do these alternates. So I think we need that amount of time.
So we would use the months of some portion of June to December to get this ready to go out to bid in January, February. Is that roughly right? Isn't that the work
I think
period?
that post sounded like 6 months. Joel, maybe you can clarify. It sounded like 6 months was
Yeah, we
post
would
us
start
having
in-
the public engagement.
Go June to December, and we'd love to get out in June to some public engagement before folks go away for the summer and get their input. And then, we have some work to do on configuring the job to go out to bid and get the cost estimates together that we need to do it prior to that. So there's a fair amount of work that needs to be done. The good thing about it is that the back space, that multi-purpose room, is through design development, so it's halfway done. We're not starting from scratch on those drawings.
Yep. So it sounds like next meeting.
Yes. Next meeting.
So next meeting, we would be deciding scope.
Finalized project scope. Okay. Correct?
Right. And it's the scope of what would be fully designed and not committing you to
Any of
moving
it.
forward that full project.
Yeah, it's committing to what we want to do with that $250,000, which includes the community engagement and completing design.
Correct. And bid documents.
I had a question on one of the funding sources, which is the sponsorship opportunities, and I don't know if it's premature to even talk about this, but
It would be a separate meeting.
it'd be a
I
separate.
mean,
meeting.
it's a big discussion. So
Yeah, okay, so we'll just table that for another meeting, because I have reservations about it, so anyway, yeah. Much as I want to support that, I have reservations.
Sure.
You don't want
So
the
Sean, just a
Amazon
quick
Center?
question I wanted to,
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, Patrick.
just a quick question I wanted to clarify what Ian just said, because I appreciate him trying to clarify that. The $250,000 will provide take us to the next step across the scope for all of the phases that we've been talking about. Like, so next meeting, we're going to talk about, do we do the first floor? Do we do half the first floor and part of the upstairs, and whatever the board decides? But no matter what we decide next week, that 250 is going to cover that extent of the work to include the public engagement in those spaces that we've identified as phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that a correct understanding of next week's or next board meeting discussion? Is the scope will be inclusive of all of those, not just the first phase?
That's correct.
Discussions, but only to bid documents for whatever we determine the next phase is.
Right.
More importantly, is it feasible that there might be some money left to that 250 that we could actually put towards the So let's say we just do the senior center, which is already 80% designed, right? And we just, like, will there be money left from that 250 that we could actually put towards the senior center project? And then when we're ready to go with,
The appropriation isn't for construction.
oh,
You'd have to go back and repurpose it.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it would be.
I want the
a
whole
drop
thing
in the
designed at
bucket.
one time.
Yeah.
no, all right, then,
Yeah.
that's,
So let's-
that's fine, as long as the 250 is enough to do
Can I
it.
just ask a question on Patrick's piece and,
Yes.
and Joel's response? So, Patrick, just so I'm clear, when you say phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm thinking of it more of, from the conversations here, is finalizing project scope could be, we only want to do our original phase 1, so take that 80 to 100 plus certain alternates, like the elevator, stairway, maybe the 2 additional rooms, whatever. A second alternative could be, let's do the whole first floor, including alternates. Those are 2 separate decisions to make of how to spend that money, not that we're gonna go out and do all phases and get everything priced out now.
Well,
Is how I
okay, so
understood.
good. I'm glad you're trying to get clarification on this, because I think you and I are close to what we're thinking. We as a board, my understanding of this conversation is the next time we get together, we are going to make a decision as to whether or not we do the whole first floor as our next phase, whether or not we're gonna do part of the first floor and some of the alternate things that we've discussed. And we're gonna basically recreate a new phase 1. And that's our scope for phase 1.
Correct.
But regardless of what each scope is, regardless of what each phase we stand on, as far as the entire scope for the building, my expectation is that 250 is gonna cover all of the new phases, however we slice and dice that building in our next discussion. We just need to come up with what is the new scope for phase 1? What is the new scope for phase 2? And then let the architect and the OPM go do that work of finishing the design and going out to bid based on those phases. And then we take those in order, as were said earlier.
We
now
wouldn't go out to bid with phase 2. I think you're talking about, maybe you're talking about the alternates.
Okay, that's fine.
So,
Yes,
so,
sure.
so Patrick, again,
Each
maybe just
alternate.
to frame it, if I said, for me, phase 1 is the full design, work, and bid of the entire first floor, kind of as we propose, plus some or all of the alternates. And phase 2 would be basically the work and enhancements on the second floor. I would expect that what we would ask them to go out with is just phase 1, not the phase 2 piece.
Yeah, I guess my point is, once we've identified which alternates are part of phase 1, they are now phase 1.
Correct.
They are
Correct.
inclusive inside of phase 1.
Yes.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
Perfect. So we're saying the same thing. Thank you.
we are
I
saying the
just want to
same
be
thing.
clear.
Just-
Yep.
Okay,
Yep, me too.
Maybe we should start using letters, not numbers.
right, all right. So, all right, so we're gonna make a decision at our next meeting, so everybody can move forward. Any final thoughts?
This is great. Thank you. Thank you for
Gentlemen,
being so
thank you
late.
very much. Much appreciated.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Have a great night, everyone.
You
Thank
too.
you.
What's left of it. Okay, item 14, update Director of Planning job description. And in this case, it's a little quirky. Technically, the job descriptions are underneath the Select Board, though the job is underneath the Planning Board. But the changes recommended are fairly insignificant. I don't know if anybody has any, the expectation is we are not reworking this, but
And they've been reviewed by the chair.
Yes.
Planning Board Chair and Vice Chair.
Yeah.
The full job description was updated 3 years ago, so these are just some minor changes.
I did see in here on page 2, about halfway down, that paragraph does seem to be reworked. That was
There's a paragraph that identifies a number of different committees and organizations that the Director of Planning serves on, and we were just trying to clean that up. Some of those, they are, for instance, economic development. That is a for sure thing based on the committee constitution. However, some of those others were just illustrative, so we were trying to make it a little more reasonable.
Right. No, that makes sense. And certainly I don't know that this role needs to outline those.
Correct.
The planning board will help make those decisions. with
And
the
they change over time. Some
Yeah.
of them are for a defined period while a project is being addressed. The other change, at the time that this was updated 3 years ago, we did not have an assistant town planner. So we did clarify that the position directly supervises 2 employees. I think that's the most substantive edit.
Any questions, concerns, motion?
I would make a motion.
All right.
I'd move to approve the amendments to the Director of Planning job description as presented.
Second.
Thank you both very much. Any final comments? No. Roll call vote. Patrick?
Welch, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
And Keough, yes. 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Item 15, request to approve the meeting minutes of May 11th and 12th.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Roll call vote. Patrick?
Welch, yes.
Shelby?
Sure. Marshall, yes. I wasn't there, but that's fine. I trust the work that was captured. Yes. Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Silverberg, yes.
And Keough, yes. 5-0. Amanda, thank you very much. Okay. Item number 16, our town manager report.
A few meetings ago, we talked about letters going out to exempt property owners, and so we did send those out, asking for meetings for discussion to talk about a pilot program. We've received responses from approximately 4 of them, so we're starting to get meetings scheduled and reach out to board members to invite you to those meetings, or invite one of you to those meetings. And thank you to the folks who are reaching out. With the elections last week, the town clerk, assistant town manager, and I met with a representative from the elections division to tour the lower level of the community center to consider that space for future elections in its current form. In here, I wrote, we expect to receive a report, and that if it's approved, town clerk will follow all requirements to properly notify voters. After printed this, we actually did receive approval. So, we're working with the library and their OPM, just asking them to keep us informed so that we can understand their timeline. But as of now, they're still thinking September, which would give us plenty of time to have our November elections there.
Excellent.
Following with the Metro West Regional Emergency Communication Center, following the Grafton vote and the Westborough vote to approve the borrowing, the town of Southborough also voted in favor. So we'll prepare to move forward with that process in the coming months for borrowing for the rec project. Girl Scouts Silver Award recognition. We're pleased to recognize several outstanding Westborough Girl Scouts who've earned the prestigious Girl Scout Silver Award, the highest honor awarded to girls in grades 6 through 8. This year's honorees are Amaya Cumsey, Madison Chiarelli, thank you, Alice Hightower, and Manasivani Mangara. Their leadership, service, and dedication have made a meaningful impact on the community. In the police department, the jail diversion program, the Westborough police officers have referred a total of 39 cases to the embedded co-response clinician for the jail diversion program. The primary goal of that program is to divert low-level offenders from the criminal justice system into more appropriate community-based behavioral health treatment. So during this quarter of 2026, a total of 5 individuals with mental health challenges, which is 90% of those encountered, were diverted from arrests by officers. An additional goal of the jail diversion program is to reduce the number of individuals referred to the local hospital emergency department by police officers. So during this quarter, 13 individuals were diverted from unnecessary hospital admission due to the presence of the clinician. In the Department of Public Works, townwide street sweeping and hydrant flushing are complete. Annual painting of crosswalks, stop lines, arrows, etc. is underway. Resurfacing of West Main Street is complete. Remaining work includes driveway blending, some sidewalk work and line painting, road crack sealing, and paving to continue through the summer. Reminder that drought continues across the state, so it's important for everyone to do their part to conserve water by minimizing outdoor watering and quickly fixing leaking toilets and faucets. The New England chapter of the American Public Works Association nominated the Westborough DPW, Derek Sari and Kyle Grendel, and the pre-flood mitigation SOP for the APWA 2026 Management Innovation Award. The announcement of the award winner will be made at the annual conference in September in Houston. The Board of Health recently submitted correspondence to Governor Healy expressing concern over bodywork establishments previously closed by the Health Department that were later permitted to reopen as massage establishments by the Mass Department of Public Health without local consultation. The board emphasized the extensive work completed to strengthen regulations, inspections, and enforcement efforts aimed at protecting public health and preventing unlawful activity, including prostitution and human trafficking, and stressed the importance of local involvement in future licensing and reopening decisions. The Health Department, in collaboration with the Greater Boroughs Partnership for Health, is developing a strategic plan. They've done stakeholder interviews and document reviews and SWOT analysis. So they'll be coming out with a report later this year. Upcoming community events include CPR AED training for residents on Monday, June 15th from 5:30 to 8:30 at the Westborough Fire Station. Also, residents interested in attending should contact the Health Department. And then Hazardous Waste Day is scheduled for Tuesday, September 29th from 4 to 8.
Thank you.
Christy, thank you very much. And 10:15 p.m., we move to issues and correspondence of the Select Board.
Hey, you had one good meeting.
So, I don't know if anybody has something they'd like to share.
The last meeting was short.
Yeah.
I have nothing for issues and correspondence this evening.
Thank you very much. Next.
I only have one item, and that's a point of order from Mr. Chairman. Are we going summer casual? I see Mark there.
Oh, I leave
Well, I was gonna go with no items, but now I'm gonna have to respond to that item.
Oh, damn.
I think we can discuss that at our next meeting. I think we do usually, right? I think it's standard practice.
June.
Starting in June, okay.
I bought a new jacket and I left it at home, so I'm really disappointed that I blew that, but whatever.
Thank you for, oh.
I
do have items.
Thank you, Patrick.
Sure, go ahead.
First of all, I want to apologize. I'm not going to be able to make the meeting tomorrow night for the joint meeting of the Planning Board and Select Board. You know how much I want to be there. I have a very important personal conflict, and I cannot miss it. On May 30th from 2 to 4 p.m., Songs of Stage and Screen, an a cappella show by the Westborough Woman of Note, which I think is, and that's at the Good Shepherd Lutheran Church. On Saturday, May 30th, BPAS Charities is doing a walk for your community with the benefit to benefit Westborough Food Pantry. That's at the Metro West YMCA. Starts at 9, and I think you can register online, but I think you can also register on site prior to 9 a.m. And if you're not done walking, you can do. The Rotary is sponsoring a 5K run and kid dash on Sunday at the Burroughs Family Branch YMCA. So we have back-to-back YMCAs hosting benefit events. This one's for the Rotary. Again, the race starts at 9, and you can register on site as early as 7:30. And then finally, Saturday is high school graduation day. I will be attending for my third and final time, and I will hope for good weather. And thanks to Project Graduation for what they do. That means a lot. So,
All right. Thank
anyway.
you, Mark.
I just want to thank the board and staff for your patience while I have been also away dealing with back-to-back family medical emergencies. So thank you for your support, and it's good to be back even here at 10:15 at night. I've got to get my muscle working back here. So this is great. Thank you.
No, thank you.
missed
Thank
my
you.
updates.
Yeah.
I did. I
No,
did. Yeah.
And Mark will
I
be.
played them on slow on Westborough TV, like extra slow speed.
So that took 12.
Okay.
15.
Okay. Mark will be thinking of you tomorrow night.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Yes. And thank you to everybody who attended Memorial Day festivities yesterday. We're very fortunate. The weather took a unexpectedly nice turn, so it was a very nice event. And with that, request a motion to adjourn.
No executive session.
Nope.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Westborough
Second.
TV.
All those roll call vote. Patrick.
Welch, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Silverbrook, yes.
And Keo, yes. Thank you, Westboro TV. Good
Thank
night.
you.